Sawubona.
Yebo sawubona.
Sukuma Njomo.
Because bakuzokuthula ngesizulu. The witness will testify in isiZulu, my lady.
Yes. Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
Ikhona inkinga onayo ukuthi ungathatha isifungo phambi kwale nkantolo ukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso? And I have no objection, my
State
lady.
your full names for the record.
Sacela kamagama akho aphelele ukuthi ubani wakabani.
Unozizwe Abigail Mhlongo.
I am Nozizwe Abigail Mhlongo,
Maiden Kamabaso.
and my maiden surname is Mabaso.
So you are Mabaso Mhlongo.
Ukamabaso wakamhlongo. That is correct, my lady.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing else but the whole truth?
Kamabaso ke uyafunga ukuthi ufazi ukuthula phambi kwenkantolo buzoba liqiniso lonke liqiniso lonke uma ngabe ke kunjalo uyafunga ukuthi ke
Raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
uthi inkosi insizwe.
Inkosi ngisiza ngizokhuluma iqiniso lodwa.
The witness has been sworn.
Thank you. You said you are Mabaso.
Mabaso Mhlongo.
Okay.
Okamabaso Mhlongo.
Mntu.
Okamabaso.
Mntu.
Indeed, my lady, I'm a Kamabaso, claim name Mtungwa.
And Mhlongo is Unjoman.
Umhlongo ke onjoman. Kunjalo?
Yebo.
That is correct, my lady.
Okay. Mtungo Njoman. Since you've elected to testify in isiZulu, you must always wait for Ms. Kupeka to translate into English or from English to isiZulu before you proceed.
Yes, my lord.
Uyacelwa ke uyeKamabaso ukuthi njoba uye wakhetha ukuthi ufazi bakho uzokuthula ngolimi lwesiZulu. Cela ukuthi ulinde umhumushi ukuthi noma ngabe isilungu yasizwa la into ebuzwayo ulinde ihumushwe kuwena ngesizulu ngaphambi ukuthi uyiphendule ngesizulu kuma izohumushwa ke isibuyiselwa esingisi. Uyakuzwa lo?
Ngiyakuzwa.
I do understand that, my lady.
Thank you.
Siyabonga.
Yes, Mr. Ms. Chen.
Can I have a seat, my lady?
Yes, certainly.
Ungahlala ke Kamabaso.
Thank you, my lady. Ma'am, there is a document in front of you. Do you see that document?
Kamabaso kunale phepha noma statement esiphambi kwakho. Ubheka ke nje ibuko zakho ungaqhamazeli ukuze uqinisekise ukuthi ngabe ke uyabona yini le statement esiphambi kwethu.
Ngiyabona.
Yes, I can see the document or the statement before me.
Do you recognize that document?
Kona ke lesi statement uyasibona mhlawumbe ukusiqaphela ukusibona ukuthi hayi siyini noma esakho noma esikabani.
Esami.
Yes, this is my statement.
And this statement, did you write the statement yourself or did someone else type it whilst you dictated it?
Statement lesiwayibhalela wena okanye ukhona kwakubhalelayo lesi statement.
Babe ngibuza bese ngiyabhala, bayabhala.
No, they were just posing questions to me and then they were then recording it down.
And when they asked you these questions,
Sorry, Ms. Chen.
my lady.
Can you direct me to the page where the statement appears?
Oh, apologies, my lady. That is page 21 to 25 of volume A. Apologies for that, my lady.
Thank you.
So you say that they were asking you questions and recording what you were saying.
Ma'am, uthi babe kubuza imibuzo bese ke babhale phansi lokho okuphendula noma okusho.
Engakusho.
Indeed, my lady, they were recording what I was telling or responding to.
And after they had recorded Did they give you an opportunity to look at the statement?
Ma'am, emveni kokuba sebebhalile ke lawa bekubhala ababekade bekubuza kona. Bakunika ithuba lokuthi ke manje nawe ukubheke lento ade beyibhala noma ebhalwe phansi? Yes.
And did you read it?
Ngabe ke wakufunda ke lokho sebekubhalile ke manje? Ngicela ukhulumele phezulu ma'am.
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay. And did you understand the contents of that statement?
Ngabe ke kuloko okubhalwe phansi kwasukufunda ke wawuqonda ukuthi kubhalweni ukuzwisisa lokho okubhalwe phansi?
Yebo, mama, ngizwisisa.
Yes my lady.
Okay. And did you agree to the contents by signing at the last page of the statement above the word deponent?
Kungabe ke ma'am kunjalo na ukuthi ke na ngendlela ukuthi wawukumukela okubhalwe phansi ukuthi kunjoba ade ukuchaza wabe ke ususayina ke la njengesiqinisekiso sokuthi uyayibophezelela ukuqinisekisa lo ukuthi ngempela uyakwazi kuyiqiniso?
Yebo, njalo.
That is correct my lady.
And the initials that are at the bottom of each page, are those your initials?
Yebo, njalo.
Lamagama afinyeziwe ke la nqanyilelwe ke asekhasini ke lapha egcineni ikhasi ke ngalinye awakho?
Yebo.
Awakho ama initials?
Yeah.
Yes, they are my initials my lady.
Thank you, my lady. I believe I've laid a basis for the statement. May I request that it be marked as an
Q.
exhibit? Exhibit Q, my lady. Thank you.
The statement is accepted into the record and is marked Exhibit Q.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the witness had indicated to me that she does have a problem with her eyes. My lady, may I, with permission of the court, may I read the statement into the record? Same be translated by Ms. Kubeka, and then perhaps
Then she confirms.
she can
Yes,
confirm.
we can do
Thank
that.
you, my lady.
Ms. Mabaso, please, it's time for you now to listen, and your concentration must be on listening, because Advocate Chwene will read on your behalf. Ms. Kubega will interpret after every pause, and then yours is to confirm whether indeed that is so. So it's important that you listen carefully.
Kama baso njengamanje ke inkantolo ke echazela kona ukuthi into ezokwenzakala umshushisi ke la uzosifundela istatement sakhe esibhalwe phansi. Okubalekile ke kuwena la ukuthi ulalele ngoba uzosifunda nje basibhaliwe ngolimi lwesilungu kodwa mina bese ngiyasihumusha ngolimi lwesiZulu. Manje kubalekile ukuthi uzwe lokhu okuzobe kufunda nokuzohumushwa ke ngoba kuzobe kufuna egcineni ukuthi uqinisekise ukuthi kunjalo na.
Yebo, ngiyezwa.
I do understand that my lady.
Yes, you may sit.
Ngahlala ke phansi mama.
Ms. Chwene.
As the court pleases, my lady, the heading of the document or the statement is Affidavit of Nozizwe Mhlongo Mabaso. I, the undersigned Nozizwe Mhlongo Mabaso, do hereby make oath and state that, paragraph 1, I'm an adult female with identity number X, residing in Groutville, Stanger, age 62 years.
La siyafundelwa ke la incwadi noma inkulumo yakhe efungelwe ke la kaNozizwe Mhlongo Mabaso lapho ke uthi wena Nozizwe Mhlongo Mabaso ke naku uzibophezela ngaphansi kwesifungo uchaza lokho kulandelayo uthi ngowesifazana osekhulile onale nombolo kamazisi yafaka uX ohlala endaweni yase eGrasville endaweni yase Stenga oneminyaka engama-62 ke nambili.
Sengino-67 manje.
Uno
Yabhalwa kudala.
Yabhalwa kudala una 67. Yes, by then my lady I was indeed 62 years but now I'm 67 currently.
Thank you. Paragraph 2, unless the context indicates otherwise, the facts contained in this affidavit are within my personal knowledge and are, to the best of my belief, both true and correct.
La uzibophezelela kulamaphuzu ke abhalwe ke kule nkulumo efungelwe ukuthi ke aliqiniso futhi into yaziyo ke la nangokukholelwa ke kwakho ukuthi konke ke lokhu okuchazwe nokubhalwe la kuyiqiniso. Yes, my lady.
Subheading Purpose of this affidavit, paragraph 3. The purpose of this affidavit is to set out important facts and events that I believe were intentionally and deliberately withheld from the first inquest into the death of Chief Albert John Mvumbi Luthuli, hereinafter referred to as Luthuli. It is my belief that the conduct of the erstwhile South African police, hereinafter referred to as the SAP, and the government of the day was aimed at concealing various serious crimes and human rights violations committed against Luthuli during the period of July 1967.
Inhloso yokuthi unikezelele ke ngale nkulumo ke efungele noma istatement sakho ke esifungelwe ukuthi ke manje ke uveze ubumqoka nokubalwa bamaphuzu kwezinto ezenzeka ngoba uyakholelwa ukuthi la kwaba ke nenhloso nangamabomu ukugodla izinto ezithize lapho uphoyini lokuqala lokukhothama kwenkosi uAlbert John Mvumbi Luthuli la kulolu daba esimbiza ke ngoluthuli uthi ngiyakholelwa ukuthi ke ukuyiphatha noma ke ukwenza kwamaphoyisa angaphambilini ngalesa sikhathi ayibizwa ngama SAP kanjalo ke nohulumeni wangalesa sikhathi ke wawubandlululo vele ke kwakuyinhloso ke yawo yokuthi kube khona abakufihlayo la entweni ke eziningi emacaleni ayibucayi noma ke emabi lapho okwakuhlukunyezwa ke khona amalungelo ke abantu njoba ke kwenzeka ke lapha ke kubaba ke uLuthuli ngalesa sikhathi ke sika July kunyaka ka 1967.
Yebo.
Yes.
Yebo.
Yes.
Paragraph 4. I wish for these facts to be presented at the reopening of the inquest for the purpose of establishing the truth as to what happened to the late Luthuli.
Kuyisifiso sami ke la ukuthi ke kulamaphuzu ke engiwavezi noma engizowaveza engizowandlala ke lapha ke odabeni njoba ke liqalwa phansi noma livulwa udaba ke lenkosi ke uLuthuli ukuthi ke kubheke ukuze ke kuvele ke iqiniso mayelana ukuthi ngabe okuyikona okwenzakala ke ikona kuyikuphi ke lapha ke kubaba ongasekho uLuthuli. Yes, my lady.
Subheading My birth and association with Luthuli, paragraph 5. I was born in Gledo in 1957. My father was Stimela Saul Mabasa. He was extremely close to Luthuli. My father worked at the family shop Nondlevu Trading, where he was employed as a manager by Luthuli. Enes Mfeka, who was much younger than I, also worked in the shop.
La ngazalelwa ke endaweni yaseGledo lapha ke ngonyaka ka 1957 ubaba wami ke la kuStimela Saul Mabasa wayesondeleke kakhulu ke nenkosi ke uLuthuli ubaba ke ubesebenza khona ke lapha ke kulomndeni wakaLuthuli esitolo saka Nondlevu njoba ke futhi ke ayiqashwe ke njengomphathi noma ke manager yalesi sitolo la ayiqashwe ubaba uLuthuli kuno Enes Mfeka ke la owayekade ke emncane
Wayemncane.
angizwa
Wayemdala kunami. Kanti
wayemdala kunami okay othi ngiqedele nje mangizodlulisa lona no Enes Mfeka owayemncane ke la owayesebenza khona kulesi sitolo. However, the witnesses just corrected me that she was not younger than me as it reflects from this paragraph. However, she was older than me. That's what the witnesses say.
Thank you. Subheading My father, Stimela Saul Mabasa.
Sorry, Ms. Chene. Should it be Mabasa or Mabaso?
It should be Mabaso. I'm just reading it as
Okay.
as it is on, as it's reflected on the statement, my lady. It should be Mabaso. Paragraph 6. My father started as a youngster on a white-owned farm in Ladysmith. He was a very young activist, and there were problems on that farm. The white owners wanted to kill my father, so he fled to Groutville via a goods train. He arrived alone at Groutville, and the only family my father ever knew was the Luthuli family. The Luthuli shop is built on my father's land. I addressed Luthuli as Umkulu, and the first tea made was always for him.
Ubaba wami ke la uStimela Saul Mabaso ke ubaba ke uqale ke emncane ke lapha ke elapha ke eplazini labamhlophe lale lapha ke eMnambithi kwakuyinsizwa ke incane ke ibamba ke iqhaza ikhuthele ke la kodwa ke kwakukhona ke izinkinga ezazikhona lapha kuleli plaza njoba ke abanikazi balo laba bamhlophe babefuna ukumsontuluza noma ke ukumbulala ke ubaba nokuyilapho ke ubaba abeke esebaleka elibhekisa ke endaweni yase Groudsville baleka ke lapha ke ngestimela ke la noma ke ngamaguzu noma ngeguzu lestimela nokuyilapho ke ekufikeni kwakhe lapha efika yedwa endaweni yase eGroudsville ke kwayengenamndeni ke la engenabane engazimuntu kodwa wabeke sefikela noma azi labantu ke bakwaLuthuli nokuyilapho ke isitolo lesi sakaLuthuli sakhiwa endaweni noma endaweni ke kababa ubaba ke uLuthuli mina bengimbiza ke ngomkhulu njoba phela ke itiya nje lokuqala ukuthi ngenze ke itiya noma itiye bengilenze kuqala lakhe ke umkhulu liya kumkhulu
yebo njalo wabaleka emabhunwini wasuka lapha emabhunwini wagibela ePeace Town station in Westxoxela
okay
wagibela ePeace Town
okay njoba uchaza akunakele lutho kodwa ngicela ukuthi uyichaze mhlawumbe umusho ombili unginike ithuba ngindlulise phinde uqhubeke futhi angikuvali
okay wasuka emabhonweni waya ePeace Town station
okay
kunebhunu
It is indeed correct what's being recorded to this paragraph number 6. However, just to add on this, when my father ran away from the Afrikaners, by then, he then ran to the Peace Town station.
Yeah, lapho wasizwa iphune lalikhona ekuyilona la organize la ulungisela ukuthi athole leli goods train ezomthatha ngambisi.
And when he reached this station where he ran to, he was assisted by a certain white male who had arranged for him for this goods train to take him to where he was fleeing to Groudsville. Khona kuyimhlapho bosakusho ngishiye ngemuva.
Cha akukho uma sefika eGroudsville wehla eCleto babemhlangabezile. uChief Luthuli wayorganize abazomhlangabeza.
Okay. When he reached there at Groudsville, where he got out from that train or that goods train, Chief Luthuli had arranged people who were going to fetch him from that Groudsville because he never knew anyone from the place.
Thank you. Subheading Political Meetings, paragraph 7. Non-Ndlevu trading is still situated where it stood when Luthuli was still alive. Today, there stands 2 other fixed structures on either side. However, when Luthuli was still alive, only the shop stood there. My parents lived in a shack on the premises. Luthuli hid his documents in our shack. Although it was constructed of mostly mud, it made for the most inconspicuous meeting area for political meetings. My earliest recollections are that this is where the most important discussions of a political nature took place. Meetings sometimes took place at night, as there was no electricity. If it was late, there was no light. This was the last place the special branch would expect for a meeting to be taking place. Mr. Mangosuthu Buthelezi was also a frequent visitor.
Lesi sitolo ke sakaNondlevu ke esimi ke lapha ke njoba sisakhona ke njengamanje lapha ke isitolo lesakaNondlevu la sasikhona ngalesa sikhathi esaphila ubaba uLuthuli njoba namanje sikuleyo ndawo njengamanje basikhuluma ke la sekunezinye zezindlu ezimbili esezibheke noma ezakhiwe khona ke lapha ke kule ndawo lapha esitolo kanti ke lesikhathi ubaba uLuthuli ke phila ke lapha na kwakukhona ke phile kwakuyisitolo kuphela sasikhona lapha njoba ke abazali bami besaphila sasihlala endaweni noma sasihlala emkhukhwini okuyona la amagceke la ubaba uLuthuli kwakukhona izinto ezibhalwe phansi noma amaphepha thizeni ayiwashwathika noma iwafihla lapha ke emkhukhwini Yizeke ke laphana ke ngokwalesakhiwo ikakhulukazi sasakhiwe ke ngodaka. Kodwa ke futhi manje ke iyona ndawo ke ekakhulukazi ke lemhlangano yemshosha phansi ebibanjelwa ke khona le yezembangazo noma yezepolitiki. Kanti uma ngisakhumbula ke kahle ke la ukuthi la isikhathi esiningi ke la ila kwaqhutshwa khona ke ingxoxo zaziba khona futhi ngalesikhathi kwenzeka lokho wongangabikho ke ugesi futhi ke lapha na kwakuba lejana makubanjwa lemhlangano ukuthi ke akukho gesi ke nokwakwenza ukuthi laba ke ophiko lontamo olukhulu noma amaphoyisa angaleso sikhathi ayengacabangeli kwakuba indawo okugcina ukuthi acabangele ukuthi la kwakungaba indawo kubanjelwe kuyona ke umhlangano kanti ke futhi ke la ubaba uma ngosuthi uButhelezi waye umuntu owayijwayele ukuhambela noma ukuvakasha ke lapho.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is indeed correct, my lady.
Paragraph 8. I knew that there were also meetings that would be held during the day. My mother would warn me that there was a meeting in the shack and I would not be allowed to go there. My mom would cook for the occupants. At that stage, there were no taxis, no cellular phones, and horse and cart was the primary form of transport apart from buses. I recall at one stage my mother had spotted a vehicle approaching and realizing that it was the police and being aware that an emergency meeting was being held in the shack, she grabbed all the papers that were being discussed and written on, put it on a backpack on her back, slipped on her shoes, and left to work on the fields.
La yebo nginalo ulwazi ukuthi kwakuba khona eminye imihlangano yayibanjwa ke lapha ke emini. Nokuyilapho ke umama ke la uye angixwayiseke la wayeka angixwayiseke ukuthi ngingayi ke kuloya mthondo noma ke kuleya leyandlu yamkhukhu uma ngabe ukuthi khona umhlangano athi angingayi lapho. Futhi ke umama labantu basuke behambele ke umhlangano wayebalungisele kuya ngasethunjeni baphekela khona ke lapha ngalesa sikhathi wayengekho amatekisi mhlambe ke futhi ke nomakhala ekhukhwini babe kade bengekho la okwakusetshenziswa ke la kwakwamahashi namakariji kuyikona indlela indlela okuhanjwa ke ngayo ngaphandle ke kwamabhasi ke nawo futhi uma ngikhumbula ke kahle khona ilanga lapho umama abona khona imoto eyayizwa qaphela ukuthi hayi imoto yamaphoyisa le ekubeni ke futhi manje kwakubanjwe lo umhlangano okade ubanjwe lapha ke emkhukhwini nokuyilapho mama wabeke ephuthuma ke bamba ke lamaphepha ke okuyiwona okwaxoxwa ke ngawo wabe sewafaka ke lapha ke kubhaka wafaka emhlane wakhe ke faka ke icathulo ke noma uphaca ke bakhe waseyaphuma ke siye emsebenzini esihamba lapha ke emasimini
La kwenzeka kanjena la ushuthi umama wayesixoxela indaba bebesixoxela zona lesengikhulile.
Okay, if I may just add on this paragraph, that is paragraph 8, what's being recorded there, those are the stories that my mother used to tell us. Now when I was grown up, my mother will be telling me those stories.
La afaka khona amaphepha uthi kwaqhamuka mebona lo ngangimncane mina wathatha amaphepha wabeletha wabeka mina ngaphezulu wafaka wabeka amaphepha wasebeletha mina wasethatha igeja wahamba ke.
Okay, further just to add on this my lady, because according to my mother, when this happened, when he noticed this police vehicle, I was still young. According to my mother, she then took those certain documents and then put it on her back. Thereafter, she also took me and then placed me on her back and carried me on her back. And then she further took the hook that she was going to use on the field, and then she then left for the field. That is according to my mother's explanation or story when she was telling me as to what happened or what transpired on the day in question.
Okay, thank you. Subheading, harassment by the Special Branch, paragraph 9. It was not uncommon to find members of the Special Branch roaming around our area. In fact, often the doors would be kicked down in the middle of the night and policemen, both black and white, would assault the occupants viciously. This included children. My father was beaten up regularly by policemen who would be looking for documents or information on Luthuli. The documents had been hidden either under the house at Groutville or our home in Gledo.
La ukuhlukumezeka ke sasikuthola ke ngokwamaphoyisa ngalesa sikhathi. Cha kwakungayona ke into engajwayelekile ukuthola noma into eyithusa le ukutholakala kwamaphoyisa ke lapha ke egcwele ke endaweni ke la kwakuyinto nje eyayijwayelekile ke la ukuthi yenzeke ukuthi amaphoyisa azovela atheleke abese khahlela izicapha phakathi kobusuku la kuba khona kamaphoyisa ke ebala elimnyama amhlophe azoshaya abantu ke nesihluku ke labo ke abasuke bezobathola lapho ngisho ngiyingane imbala ubaba ke nje kwakuyibhece lapho kwakujwayelekile ukuthi amaphoyisa ke amtitinyi noma amshaye nokuyilapho ke azobe esuke efuna khona amaphepha la okuamaphepha anemniningwana ngobaba ke uLuthuli ukuthi ke lamaphepha ngenze ukuthi afihlwe lapha ke endlini ngaphansi ke kwendlu noma lapha ke endlini elapha eGroutville noma alapha ekhaya eGledo. Yes, that is indeed correct, my lady.
Paragraph 10. When Luthuli was banned repeatedly, he could not travel into the town of Stanger. My father would open the shop really early and Luthuli would come and sit at the shop. I attended Lloyd's Primary School. On some mornings, my mother would pack my brown school bag. I did not have a key to the bag. Neither did I know what the content of the bag was, but it was my school bag. When I arrived at school, I was instructed to give the school bag to my teacher, Ms. Mtimkulu. She would take the bag and take whatever was in the bag. The bag would then again be packed, secured, and handed back, I think it's supposed to say back to me. After school, I would be told to take the bag to Kwanyungwani shop belonging to Mr. Gulam. I would give the bag, I think it's supposed to say bag, back to him. He would buy me fish and chips and give me sweets. I would be very happy. The locked bag would then be returned to me and I would take it back to my father. This went on until Luthuli passed away.
Inkosi kuLuthuli ke ibi nalemgomo ebephila ngaphansi kwayo ke bithola ke kaningi into emnqabela ke ukuthi noma umthetho omnqabela ukuthi ke ahambe nanokuya lapha edolobheni lapha ke Steng. Ubaba ke uyena kovula isitolo ke lapha ubaba ke uLuthuli uzofika ke lapha hlale ke lapha esitolo. Ngalesikhathi mina bengena esikole noma bengifunda lapha eLloyd's Primary School. Noma isikole bengifunda kusona ke lesi. Ngelinye ilanga ke noma kwezinye imini noma ngamanye amalanga umama ke uzo bakshela ke lapha ke esikhwameni sami sesikolo ke lapha esasintsundu enganganawo ukhiye waso ke nanokuthi ngingasifuthi ukuthi kuquketheni ke la kulesikolo kodwa kwakuyisikolo kusona lesikhwama kodwa kwakuyisikhwama sami sesikolo kube nemiyalezo ukuthi mangifika lapha esikoleni kufuneke lesikhwama ngisindluliseleke ukuthisha wami okwaku uMamthimkhulu noma uMsimthimkhulu bese ke la yena uzothatha lokho kulapha ke noma kulapha esikhwameni bese ke eyangibuyisela ke lapho ke ntambama nokuyilapho ke futhi ke ntambama kube khona okuthizo kusuke kufakwe khona lapho sinikezelelwe ke kumina ukuthi mina angisithathe ngisise lapha esitolo saka kwamnyuwani esitolo esasi isitolo ke sa mnomzane ke uGulam ngizobe sengimnikezelela ke la sona ke uyobeke sengithengela ke ufish nama chips anginike nama sweet awu ngiyojabula ke ngife bese ke ukuthi ke isikhwama ke lesi sesube sikhiwe ke sibuyisele ke kumina ke lapho ukuthi ngisithathe ngibuye nasemuva ke kubaba wami lokhu into ebeyiqhubeka noma yayenzeka kaningi kwazi ukukhothama kwababa uLuthuli.
Kunjalo.
Yes, that is indeed correct, my lady.
benza njalo kusho ukuthi isikhwama mina angifix neza uMiss.
Okay.
Ngicabanga ukuthi uMiss ngicabanga ukuthi incwadi zami ukhi uhlala nguMiss.
Okay.
So ngicabanga ukuthi incwadi ngivulelwa uMiss mina. Kusho ukuthi wayingalivuli mangicabanga ngoba phela into engiyicabanga esengimdala ukuthi kusho ukuthi wayingalivuli walibeka nje aphinda nginikeze ngihambe. Incwadi zami mangibuka zayihlala kuyena. Ngoba ngaleso sikhathi kwanganakwa nama homework.
Okay. My lady, now currently, or when I grew up old, now I now realize that in fact, because at the time when I was giving this bag, it was my school bag with my exercise books in it. So it means that this teacher was just keeping my bag. In fact, she was not even opening it. She didn't even have a key. Now when I'm realizing, because back then, the teachers of then, they were not paying much notice or attention towards our school books. So she was the one who was just keeping it for me up until later, or when we were now leaving school, then she would then hand it back to me to take it to the shop where I was instructed to take it to. So I think she was just keeping my school bag for me, not that she had a key, because firstly I assumed that she had a key to open it for me during the school hours.
Okay, thank you. Subheading Luthuli's death, paragraph 11. On the day that Mkhulu passed away, everyone was crying. It was worse at home. Everyone was saying that he passed away at Gledo. That regulated cane cutters working in the fields saw Mkhulu wearing a long coat and walking, and then people saw the train. And then after the train passed, people did not see Mkhulu anymore. They ran to see what happened to Mkhulu, and then they found him along the railway line. I was told that he had died, that a branch or a stick or umsimbi had been found near him. I was terrified of the train track and never walked there. To the best of my knowledge, I understand that the train was going towards the Stanger area.
Mayelana nokukhothama ke kwenkosi uLuthuli ngalelanga leli umkhulu ke akhothama ngalo wonke umuntu wayekhala kakhulukazi lapha ke ekhaya wonke umuntu ke babechaza ke la ukuthi umkhulu ukhothamile lapha endaweni yase Gledo ngokusho balabo abasebenza lapha eMobeni ke noma basika ke iimoba ababona umkhulu egqoke ijazi elale kade lilide ehamba bathi ke laba bona ke istimela ke la emveni kokubona ke istimela sesindlulile abazange basambona ke umkhulu nokuyilapha bagijima ke bayobheka ukuthi kwenzakaleni kumkhulu nokuyilapha babe sebemthola mangalapha ngakuline noma kujantshi westimela angatshelwa ke lapho ukuthi umkhulu ke ukhothamile basho ukuthi khona into abayitholile noma yigatsha noma yinduku noma insimbi noma umsimbi njengoba kubhaliwe bathola eduza ke kwakhe nokwangenza ke ngase ngusaba ke nje ujantshi ke noma ke lapha ngase estimelela ngiphindanga ngihamba laphana impela ngokukhumbula ke kwami nokuqonda ke kwami ke laphana istimela ke la sasikulo line ulibhekise ngase Stenga endaweni yase Stenga.
Yebo.
Yes my lady.
Kodwa ke la umkhulu bathu shonile kodwa akashonelanga ekulayini lapha yana usho ukuthi igazi laliningi kakhulu washonela esibhedlela.
Okay,
So-
just to add on this paragraph, my lady, regarding Umkhulu, as it was alleged that he had passed away, but not necessarily that he had passed away at that crime or at that scene where the incident took place. It's just that there was a lot of blood there where this incident took place. Ungaqhubeka igazi laliningi lapha hayi ukuthi washonela lapha na la kwenzeka khona lento.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okunye usho ukuthi ubaba ke wayena ohamba ukesa igazi lapho.
Okay, just to add on that, my lady, is that my father is the one who had gone there to clean the blood on that railway line, my lady.
Thank you.
Okay.
Subheading Luthuli's routes and habits, paragraph 12. Luthuli would use the same route every day. His route was well known to everyone. After he was banned, his routes had to change. Often he would use the bus route to go to the shop and not return home the same way again. He would use a different route.
La uma sesibheka ke indlela ke beyihamba ubaba uLuthuli nemkhuba ke yakhe noma indlela bejwayele ukwenza ngayo. Kahle kahle umkhulu bewumuntu ojwayele ukusebenzisa umzila owodwa zonke izinsuku. Kodwa ke futhi sezaziwa ke izindlela zakhe noma indlela ayihambayo wonke umuntu. Kodwa emveni kwale mthetho ke noma ayisephila ngaphansi kwayo nekuyiyona yaguqula indlela zakhe la. Njoba ke manje ke ngokujwayelekile besebenzisa ke la umzila noma indlela le yebhasi ukuthi ahambe lapha esitolo angabuyi ke futhi lapha ke ekhaya ngayo naleyo ndlela ke futhi uzosebenzisa indlela ehlukile kunale akade isebenzise ekuqaleni. Yes, that is indeed correct, my lady.
Thank you. Subheading Luthuli's hearing and eyesight. Paragraph 13. To my knowledge, he did not have a hearing problem. He also could read. To me, he was never lost or disorientated. He walked lengthy distances unaided and without difficulty. He could see where he was going. And when he returned home or undertook any tasks, at church, he read the Bible and did not struggle. Mkhulu was a good man.
Mayelana nodaba ke lika baba uLuthuli lokuzwa kwakhe nokubona ke la. Ngokwazi kwami umkhulu wayengenayo inkinga yokuzwa ke la. Futhi ke la wayekwazi ukuthi umkhulu afunde. Futhi ke nje ngokwami ke cha ngempela akukho lapho umkhulu engathi kukhona ukuphazamisana noma ukuthaka kade ke la enabo ngoba ubehamba ke ibanga elide ngaphandle kokusizwa futhi ke la ngaphandle kweinkinga noma ukuthi mhlambe bekuba inkinga ukuthi ahambe lelo banga elide futhi ke ubekwazi ukuthi abone lapha eyakhona abuyele futhi ke ekhaya kube khona nezinto imisebenzi ayikade ke eyenza ke la ngisho esontweni ke futhi la ubekade elifunda ke iBhayibheli ngale kokusokola noma kuba nenkinga ekwenzeni ke lokho ayi ngempela umkhulu kwakuyindoda ke elungile noma eqotho.
Yebo kunjalo.
Indeed, that is indeed correct.
Subheading Cleaning Luthuli's blood, paragraph 14. In our culture, it is the duty of a deceased loved one or a person close to the deceased to clean the blood of a deceased if blood was spilled during his or her death. It was my dad and Mr. Nqumalo that cleaned the blood along the footpath or area where blood was spilled.
Mase sikhuluma ngedaba lokuyogezwa kwegazi lenkosi uLuthuli. Ngokosiko lethu ke kuba umsebenzi wabomndeni bamufi noma bathandiweyo noma abantu basuke besondele kakhulu emndenini abangakwazi ukuyothinta noma bayogeza igazi ke lalo muntu ke la kulolu daba ke abantu abahambe bayogeza leli gazi likamufi noma lika baba lala lichitheke khona ke lesikhathi ekulimaleni noma ekukhothameni kwakhe kwaba ubaba wami nobaba uNqumalo akuyibona ke abahamba bayo clean noma bayogeza ke igazi lapha endleleni lekhanjwa kuyona ngezinyawo la kuthwala lichithekele khona ke igazi ebridge
Ebridge uNqumalo umfobo kamawami.
oh
Yeah.
in fact where they went to clean the blood it was on the bridge and
Yep, phezulu ebridge.
there at the top of the bridge that's where they were cleaning the blood. And to add on that, Mr. Nqumalo is my maternal uncle because he is the brother to my mother.
Thank you. Subheading The impact of Luthuli's passing, paragraph 15. I was 10 years old when Luthuli passed away. His death impacted on me. He used to make me read the newspaper. Mr. Mtembu was the induna in the area. I would just read the newspaper and leave. Because he was a banned person, he was not even allowed to sit with more than a certain number of people at a time. My mom always cautioned me that I was not to go to him if there were other people there because of the banning order.
Masibheka ke umthelela obekhona ke ngokukhothama kwenkosi uLuthuli uthi mawuchaza ngalesikhathi ngangineminyaka ke elishumi kukhothama ke inkosi uLuthuli. Ukukhothama ke kwakhe umthelela kube nawo ke la ukuthi ubejwayele njalo ukuthi ke angifundi iphephandaba noma wayenza ukuthi mina mangifundi iphephandaba. Ubaba uMthembu owayekade ke eyinduna khona lapha ke endaweni wayekade ke elifunda ke na okay mina ke lapha ngangifike ngilifunde ke iphepha bese ke ngiyahamba ngenxa yokuthi ke ubaba waye nalemthetho ayiphila phansi kwayo ngavuma ukuthi abe nabantu abaningi ngesikhathi ke esodwa njoba ke umama wayihlezi ke engixwayisa engitshela ke ngaloko ukuthi ke na uma ngabe enabantu mangingayi ke lapha ke kuyena njoba phela ke sekukumthetho noma sase siphula imithetho ayiphila ngaphansi kwayo.
Yebo njalo.
Yes my lady, that is so.
Paragraph 16. The death impacted on my father the most. He died young of heart failure. Luthuli was the only father he had known. He was heartbroken. He used to sing Malibuye, Malibuye, Africa over and over again. Luthuli was a religious man who preached Christianity. He had strong convictions. He was always a happy person who was positive. He never spoke about bad things. He never entertained negative thoughts. In fact, as children, we used to get upset with him. He prayed every time when he was to leave for his home. We used to be playing, and he used to make us stop playing and come together for prayer.
Ukhothama ke la noma ke lo umthelela ukuthi kena kushone ke inkosi kwaba ukushona kwababa wami kwakuumthelela wokushona ke kwenkosi ngoba washona ke futhi ke emncane ngenxa yenhliziyo. Ubaba uLuthuli kwakuyena baba ayikade ke emazi. Inhliziyo yakhe ibhlungu kakhulu njengoba phela wayejwayele ukuthi azacule iculo elithi mayibuye iAfrica alicule kaninginingi. Ubaba uLuthuli bekuyindoda ke yokholo futhi kishumayela ke la ngobuKristu. Indoda ke futhi ke la enamandla ke lana okholeni futhi umuntu ohlezi nje ejabulile onethemba ngasonke isikhathi akaza akhulume ngezinto ezimbi futhi ke umuntu ongazithathi izinto ezazizimbi noma eziza ke ngomqondo ke omubi. Kahle kahle ke thina sizingane sasize nje sibe nokucanikela ke la ngoba phela ubaba uLuthuli wayekhula ngasonke isikhathi ngaphambi nje ukuthi ahambe uzokhuleka thina siyayidlalela sizingane lapha na kodwa yena uzobe sethi hayi yekelani lo ukudlala ukuthi akuhlanga noma sibizo sizokhuleka.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is indeed so my lady.
Subheading Ostracization by the Community. Paragraph 17. As a result of our relationship with Luthuli and his family, we were often ostracized, even amongst the community. People did not want to be seen with us or talk to us. When Mthunzi Luthuli's father was arrested, no one wanted to go with her to the police station. My mom accompanied her. There were a few kind white people, for example. They would look after us on the train. We suffered during the time apartheid was the law. There was no peace. Honest people suffered.
Uma sesibheka ke lokukhishwa inyumbazane ke la umphakathi ukuthi ngembangela yobudlelwane noma yobuhlobo thina lapha ekhaya sasinabo nomndeni wakaLuthuli lokho phela kwaba nomthelelo ukuthi sichaphazeleke ekutheni ke lapha endaweni noma emphakathini sikhishwe inyumbaza noma singabhekwa ngeso ke elikahle. Abantu abaningi babengafuni ke ukuthi njoba thina sike sibonakala sinalabantu babonakala benathi bebonakala bekhuluma ke nathi ngoba ngisho lesikhathi kuboshwa ubaba kaMthunzi Luthuli akekho umuntu wayefuna ukuthi aphelezele ke unina ukuya lapha ke emaphoyiseni mayelana naleso simo leso. Uma wami nje wakwazi ukuthi ke amphelezele kahle kahle ngalesa sikhathi ke babe babambalwa la bamhlopha babe nomusa ke la ngaleso sikhathi njoba ukwazi ukuthi ke nangendlela ke la sibhekwa ke ngayo ke futhi lapha ke stimela mase sigibele ngempela masibheke emuva ngalesa sikhathi sohulumeni obandlululo hayi bandla ke ingcindezi yayikade ke ikhona kwakungekho ukuthula ngempela abantu babehlupheka
Bunjalo abantu abaningi babengafuni ukusondelana nefamily yaka Chief Luthuli ngoba babesaba ukuthi bazoboshwa.
Okay, just to add on this paragraph, my lady, that most of the community or people around, they did not want to be seen being associated with this family, Luthuli family, because they were afraid that they might be arrested when seen with this family or Luthuli family.
La estimeleni la benguthi khona estimeleni sasisuka eThekwini siya eSprings.
Okay.
Sizohla eChimistin.
Okay. Njoba nje mangithi okay ngizoyenzela umdlulisi ubuqhube angikuvali ungadideki. And when just to add on this same paragraph, that is number 17, this issue of the train, as I've said that when we bought into this train now, we were now traveling from Durban, proceeding to Germiston, or?
To Germiston.
To Germiston?
Yeah, from
Okay.
Germiston to Springs.
Then from Germiston to Springs?
Yeah. Kodwa lana ke la kwaba khona ibhune lasigada sinengane kwakumthunzi mina uSandile. So bas lasigada kahle ibhunu lafike lasehlisa lasiphatha kahle.
And then what I've meant to this paragraph is that there was a particular kind Afrikaner who took guard of us there from the train up until we reached our destination. It was myself, Mtunzi, and Sandile, and we were still young. So that's why I was specific to this kind white person who was so kind towards us. Louis, that is all so far what we've been adding to this paragraph, my lady.
And that concludes your statement, am I correct?
Ma'am, logo ke sokuphothula ke manje istatement sakho kunjalo?
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, my lady, that is so.
My lady, would this be an opportune time to take a
Yes,
short
I
break?
will take
It is 11:30.
a short break. We'll resume at 11:30. Mrs. Mhlongo, Mabaso Mhlongo, we'll take a short adjournment.
So tata nje
tea time.
siphinde sibuye ke.
We'll resume at 11:30.
It's 11:30 now, my lady. Do we resume at 12?
We'll resume at 12.
Thank you, my lady.
Njengamanje vele seku 12:30 sobuya ngo-12.
Thank you.
Siyadinga. Awukaqedi ukufaka. Lady, I was still young, was very young. I did not know what were those meetings for and how they were meeting. But what I know is that I was warned as the child that I mustn't talk about the fact that there were meetings that were being held there.
Okay, let us move on to paragraph 8 of your statement.
Sindlulela phambili esigabeni sesishiyagalombili kwestatement sakho.
Okay, you state that you are aware of meetings that would take place in the shack during the day. You see that?
Ukhuluma ngodaba lokuthi ke ulwazi ke unalo mawunalo lokuthi kwakuba khona imhlangano eyibanjwa lapha ke lo yam Jondo noma kule yandlu emini.
Yebo.
Yes, my lady.
I appreciate that you were still quite young at that stage. But in hindsight, if you think about it now, and if you are able to provide an answer, how do you think that Chief Luthuli was able to hold those meetings in the shack during the day without being detected by the police?
Kona ke iphuzu lokuthi ngalesikhathi kwenzeka lokho umncane yebo ngiyaliqaphela ngiyalibonile futhi ngizwile ngokusho kwakho kodwa uma usuyibuka ngeso lamanje njengoba usukhulile kule ndaba obuxoxe ngayo yalemthetho ayiphila ngaphansi kwayo ubaba uLuthuli wayekwazi kanjani ukuthi naye abeyingxenye yalemhlangano eyayibanjwa lapha emini ngale kokuthi abonwe njengoba phela ayiqaphiwe?
Ngingasho ukuthi ngangazi ukuthi kunemhlangano ukuthi ubani okhona ngangazi ukuthi ubani okhona phakathi noma naye umkhulu wayekhona ngangisuke ngazi nomkhulu.
My lady, all I can say is the fact that yes, I was aware that there was the meeting that was held at that certain shack, but as to whom were present there, I did not know whether Mkhulu was also amongst the people that were in those meetings or was present in those meetings. I do not know, my lady. Can I just state further on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Kwagogo wami kuseduze la kaNcumalo. So
Okay.
usho ukuthi babe kuthiwa sihambe sekagogo.
Okay, because usually, my lady, when there were those meetings, as children, we will be asked to go to Ngumalo's homestead, which is my maternal homestead. That's where my grandmother's house was, which was nearby our house. So normally, we will be asked to go to the Ngumalo's homestead during those meetings.
So this home or this shack that you used to call home, how far away was it from the actual shop, non-labor trading?
La le ndawo ibiza ngekhaya lakho noma la kulomkhuku noma kulendlu ungathi la kuleli khaya lakho nalapha esitolo kaNontlemvu kukude noma kuqhelene kangakanani?
Kusondelene njengokuthi usuka la before ufike egate igceke elilodwa.
It was very close. It was just all in the same premises. I'll say the distance will be from where I am. Okay. To before you could reach the exit gate, so it's even far for the distance that I'd already estimated that it's from here B, and also distance before you could reach the exit point or the gate. So it was quite close.
Is it the exit gate of this building or the exit gate of the yard? When you say exit gate, what do you mean?
La phunywa khona asicacise kanje mama kaMabazo. La siphuma khona esangweni ukhuluma ngala yabo la khona nogada noma sekukhuluma la impela lapha esangweni lokugcina mase seliqile edebhisini sesiphuma qobo.
La khona nogada.
My lady, I'm just referring to this entrance where there are security guards when you entering or when you exiting the court building. That's the distance between where the structures were, that is not level, and where the shack was.
My lady, could we state that it's about 10 to 15 meters from where we are standing.
From A court just to
To
the gate that
the exit
rotates.
where the
security guard. It's less than 15 kilo.
About 10
15.
meters.
It's about 10 meters, depending on whether you're exiting at this door or the
from that door.
public door. But I think your estimate of about 15, 10 to 15.
as the court pleases.
10 to 15 meters.
And still in the vicinity of this yard of the shack and the shop, non-label trading store, was there any vegetation between the two structures, the shop and the shack?
La uma sisakhuluma ngalezi zakhiwo zombili sikhuluma ngesakhiwo sesitolo nalapha kulo mkhukhu ke noma kulendle umjondolo. Lapha kwalezi indlu zombili zakhiwo mhlawumbe kwakukhona ingadi insimana ephakathi kwalezi zakhiwo lezi noma cha? No, there was no vegetation or any field in between. No.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Let us go to paragraph 9.
Sindlulela phambili silapha kwisigaba sesishiyagalolunye.
You mentioned that there are documents that would be hidden at your home in Gledo.
Ukhulume ngodaba lokuthi kwakukhona amaphepha thizeni ayethukuswe noma efihlwe ekhaya kini lapha eGledo. Kunjalo?
Base bengitshela phela besho sengikhulile ukuthi kwakufihlwa amaphepha la ekhaya.
Yes, indeed, my lady, that's what I said, according to what I was later on being informed when I was grown up.
And we're still talking about the same shack when you say your home in Gledo.
Yes.
Sisakhuluma ngale mjondo noma mkhukhu lo lapha eGledo wekhala.
Yebo ngishana.
Yes, that is correct, my lady.
Were you informed as to where in the shack structure the documents were hidden?
Ngabe ke watshelwa na ukuthi lama phepha ayefihlwe makuphike ke nawo nayo lendlu le umkhukhu noma umjondolo? No, my lady. No.
Thank you. Let us go to paragraph 10 of your statement.
Sindlulele phambili siye lapha esigabeni seshumi.
You mentioned a Mr. Gulam of, please forgive me if I'm not pronouncing this correctly, Kwanyuwane shop.
La ukhulume ngodaba noma ukhulume ngobaba uGulam walapha esitolo kwaNyuwane.
Yebo.
Angana masibize kahle nesitolo.
Kwanyuwane.
Yes, if correctly said this shop that is Kwanyuwane.
Okay, and where is Kwanyuwane, or where was it located?
Lesitolo sakanyuwane sasiguphi kahle ka sasikwephi indawo?
Phakathi edrobheni eStenga.
It was inside the town of Stenga. It's where the shop was.
Now, how would you get from Groutville to Mr. Gulam's shop in Stanger?
Wena ke wawufinyelela kanjani ke uma usuka lapha eGroutville uya lapha esitolo eStenga kwababa uGulam kaNyuwane?
Ngangisuka eLloyd esikoleni. eLloyd iseduze nomgwaqo uthatha ibhasi eleStenga.
From the school, that is Lloyd School, which was nearby the road, I will then got into the bus now that was heading or proceeding to Stenga, to where the shop was.
And how far away, or maybe let me put it this way, where was Lloyd's school?
Lesikolo lesike iLloyd sasiguphi?
Sise ngathi umuso weGroutville dlula eMelville.
Okay.
Umshini Melville khuphu sisemgwaqeni oshona eStenga.
My lady, this shop, it's from Groutville You would travel past
Mayville.
Mayville, yes.
Yes.
Then along that route now that proceeded towards Stenger, it's
Yes.
just along that road.
So the primary school where you attended was not too far away from Stanger town, is that what you're saying?
Isikolo sakho wafunda kusona samabanga aphansi sasingakudanga kangako nedolophu iSteng.
Askude.
Yes, it was not far.
If you can estimate in kilometers or meters,
Mhlawumbe mangakwazi ukusilinganisela ngokwamamitha noma ngokwamakilometer mhlawumbe sasingama-kilometer amangaki sasingamamitha amangaki mawukwazi.
They say 10 to 15. No, it's far. It's, let's make 8. 10. Let's make 10. It's not far. But umulapho uyakwazi ukubona ukuthi na ake
Okay,
Stenger.
okay. Sithi 10 wamamitha noma u10 wamakilometer.
Kilometer.
Kilometer. Ngizwa uthi uma ulapha yakwazi ukubona.
Uyakwazi ukubona iStenger.
It wasn't that
Uyakwazi
far,
ukubona
my lady. It wasn't that far, though I'm not certain, but I'll say about 8 to 10 kilometers, because from the school you could see the town itself, that is staying a town.
so the instructions for you to take your bag to Mr. Gulam, who would give you those instructions?
Le miyalelo yokuthi ke uzothatha isikhwama sakho lesi usise kubaba uGulam. Ubani wekuyale owekunika leyo miyalelo?
Miss.
I'll get the instruction from my teacher, that is my mistress.
Did this happen on a daily basis where you were informed to take the school bag to Mr. Gulam?
Ngabe lokhu kwakwenzeka mihla sonke isikhathi ukuthi uzothatha isikhwama sakho usise lapha kubaba uGulam?
Kwangenzeka zonke insuku kwakuba phela mhlawumbe made kunemeeting kanjalo mangicabanga.
Not always, but sometimes, especially if there was a meeting that was held, that's when I'll then get these instructions to take my bag to this Mr. Gulam. So I'm just now assuming that was the case.
To your knowledge, is Mr. Gulam still alive?
Ngokolwazi lakho ubaba uGulam usaphila?
Angazi ngoba angisajwayele iStenger kakhulu.
No, I do not know, my lady, since now
Nesitolo sakhe asisekho lapha iStenger.
not now used to this Stenger town, and even that shop, his shop is no longer there in Stenger town. So I'm not a regular person who go to Stenger.
So if I heard you correctly in your evidence, the school bag that you used to carry, you never opened your school bag.
Uma kuthi ngiyakuzwisisa ke kahle isikhwama lesakho sesikolo wawungasivuli inhlobo?
Cha ngangizivuli.
No, I was not opening it.
So you were never aware of what was in that school bag.
Manje ke wawungenalo ulwazi lokuthi kulesikhwama wawuphethe kokukhonani la ngaphakathi?
Ngangenalo ulwazi ngitsheliwe sengimdala ukuthi ngangenza nje.
Okay. Indeed, my lady, back then, I was not aware as to the contents of that bag, that I was carrying my bag. I was later on informed as to what I was doing by then, was only told later.
Were you informed as to what you were carrying exactly in that school bag?
Kona ke usuxoxelwa ngalento uyenza uthi wawenza nje watshelwa na ukuthi yini osuku uyiphethe la kulesikhwama uyihambisa yonke le
Ngatshela ukuthi indaba esuke kade ikhulunywa ukusho ama meeting lawo okubhaliwe phansi ikhona lokho engangihambisa.
Yes, I was informed, my lady, that in fact in my school bag that I was now taking to this Mr. Gulam, the contents were the meeting minutes as to what transpired in those meetings that they were holding.
And during these trips, perhaps to school, and from your school to Mr. Gulam's shop, did anybody, if you can recall, I know it's quite a long time ago, but did anybody ever stop you to check the contents of the school bag?
Mema kusichazele kahle ke la uma kuthi uyakhumbula kona ngiyaqonda ukuthi sekudala ke lokwenzeka ngalesikhathi ke usenza ke lokho okwakwenzeka ukuthi usuke esikoleni uhambisa lapha kaBaba uGulami usuke kaBaba uGulami uye ekhaya mhlawumbe kukhona lapho akwamiswa khona umuntu ukuthi ke kubhekwe ke lapha kwena into oyiphethe uthi uphetheni
akukho lapho ngoba ngangincane kakhulu akekho mhlawumbe wayinaka ukuthi ngiphetheni.
No, my lady, at no stage whereby, at any stage whereby I was then stopped and searched with the content of the bag, because at that stage I was very young, so no one was paying much notice about my activities or about my role. So I was never stopped and searched.
The other people whom you mentioned in your statement, your mother, your father, Ms. Mtimkulu, are any of them still alive today?
Kulabantu obukhuluma ke ngabo la encazelweni yakho statementini sakho uma wakho ubabu wakho umam Mtimkulu ngabe basaphila labantu lapha?
Abasekho bonke.
No, in fact all of them they passed away.
Let us move to paragraph 11 of your statement,
Sibheke ke lapha kwisigaba
With the sub-
seshumi nanye
the subheading
Sakho.
Luthuli's death.
lapho ke ukhuluma khona ke ngokukhothama kwayo inkosi uBaba uLuthuli.
It has been alleged that on the morning of 21 July 1967, Chief Luthuli was struck by a train. Where were you on the morning of July 21, 1967?
La kubikwe noma kuvela udaba lokuthi kwakusekuseni kwelanga lomhla ka21 kuJuly kunyaka ka1967 lapho ke ubaba uLuthuli ashayiswa ke khona iguzu lestimela. Ngabe ngalesilanga leli ekseni kwangaleli langa lomhla ka21 kuJuly kunyaka ka1967 wawukuphi wena?
Angisesikoleni.
I was at school, my lady.
Do you recall, if you can, on that specific day, on the 21st of July 1967, do you recall if you were given instructions again by Ms. Mtimkulu to go to Stanger, to Mr. Gulam's shop, on that specific day, 21 July?
Uma ngabe
1967?
ukuthi usakhumbula ke ungasho ke ngoba sikhuluma ngaleli langa leli ngqo lomhla ka21 kuJuly kunyaka ka1967 ukuthi ngabe ngaleli langa leli nje ukuthi wasesikoleni kukhona imiyalelo uMiss Mtimkulu akunikezelela yona yokuthi thatha isikhwama sakho usise lapha kaBaba uGulami.
Ngoba ngithi sasihambi phela ingihambi njalo nganginganjalo eSteng ngangiya ngoba ku information lo uma befakile so akukho la ngalelo langa usho ukuthi kwangekho lutho.
No, I will say, my lady, on that particular day, no, was not sent to go and to staying at Mr. Gulam, because that was not what was being done regularly. But it's something that I will only be sent to Mr. Gulam on the certain occasions, whereby there will be a certain information that I need to deliver to the said Mr. Gulam. So I'll say no, not on this day.
Thank you. I'm going to just read a couple of sentences in this paragraph from the second line of paragraph 11, which is then the third sentence. It states that regulated cane cutters working in the fields saw Mkhulu wearing a long coat and walking and then people saw the train, and then after the train passed, people did not see Mkhulu anymore. Do you see that?
Kunale misho ngizokufundela yona ke mayelana nalaba abashaya noma ababhushi ba lo moba ababesebenza khona lapha emobeni abambona umkhulu owayegqoke ijazi lalilide ehamba lapha ngokusho ke balabantu babona istimela sindlula sesindlulile ke lapha istimela bazange basambona kumkhulu. Uyakubona lokho?
Yebo, yebo.
Yes, my lady.
Is this something that somebody told you, or is this something that you overheard whilst people were talking? Why did you put this in your statement? Where did you hear it from?
Sichazele ke la kamabasa ukuthi lokho kubhalwe phansi into owayixoxela owayitshela into owayizwa abantu bekhuluma noma into wayizwela yona ukuthatha wena lokhu ukubhalela encazelweni yakho.
Ngizwa abantu ubabe bachazela befika ngesikhathi sekuthiwa umkhulu selimele, so ngangizwa ke kusho ukuthi kwenzekeni ube esetshelwe laba abantu abahlahla umoba ukuthi kwenzekeni. Mina ngase ngizwa bekukhulunywa.
I've overheard the conversation between my father and the people that were coming. That was after now the news had been spread that Mkhulu was injured. So that's when my father would then narrate as to what transpired or what was being said by the cane cutters.
Okay. Okay, let's read the rest of the paragraph. It says, they ran to see what happened to Mkhulu, and then they found him along the railway line. I was told that he had died, that a branch or a stick or umsimbi had been found near him. Do you see that?
Naku ke futhi lapho ukuthi ke babe ke sebegijima ke kuyobheka ukuthi kwenzakaleni kumkhulu babe sebemthola ke elapha kujantshi westimela ngatshelwa ke la ukuthi umkhulu ke usekhotheme noma useshonile lapha ke kwakukhona igatsha noma induku noma umsimbi abawuthola ke eduze kwakhe.
Ngatshelwa lokho kodwa bathi mase bekhuluma ekhaya kwathiwa umkhulu seshonile ukuthi ushonele lephi sathola kamuva ukuthi ushonele esibhedlela akashonelanga kwisini.
Okay. In fact, my lady, what's also being recorded there, it's something that I was told. And even now, later on at home during the discussions, that's when now the news were now being broken about the death of Mkhulu. So I've also found out the fact that Mkhulu did not die there at the crime scene. However, he had passed away in the hospital.
So the statement relating to a branch or a stick or umsimbi, that is something that you picked up from the discussions amongst the elders, am I correct?
Kunjalo ukuthi la kamabaso lenkulumo emayelana nalento eyatholakala eduze nomkhulu lapha ayelimalele khona udaba lokuthi kwakukhona igatsha noma induku noma umsimbi into nawe wayicosha enkulumeni ezazikhulunywa ke lapha ezayixoxa.
Yeah, into engayicosha enkulumeni ngoba kwabona ukuthi asimshayisanga istimela kodwa ushayiwe.
And indeed, my lady, it's something that I picked up from what I've overheard or from their conversation, that it was clearly that Mkhulu or Chief was not actually knocked by or crushed by the train. However, it was clear that Mkhulu was being struck with something.
And when you state that you were terrified of the train track, that's the following sentence, Was this before the death of Luthuli or was it afterwards, or have you always been afraid to go onto the train track?
La uma sibheka kumusho ke olandelayo uma usukhuluma ngodaba lokuthi manje ke wabe ususaba ke lapho ukuba lapha ngasemzileni kujantshi wesitimela awuphindanga uhamba khona ngabe lokho njengoba ususaba kangaka ubuvele usisaba nje vele noma kwaba emveni kwale indaba nalokho kwenzeka ke kumkhulu esekhotheme
kwaba semveni ukuthi umkhulu esekhotheme ngoba sasesisaba ukuthi umuzi uhamba kujantshi uzungase na ulimali ushawe nawo.
I was terrified of the train tracks that was afterwards, after the death of Mkulu, or of the late chief, because now we thought that there might be a possibility that if you walked along the train tracks, you might be struck and you'll die. So that terrifying moment, it happened after Chief passed away.
Sorry, I heard you say Ushaiwe.
Shaiwe.
You
Yes,
mean
that's
by a train or by a person?
as a court blesses, my lady. Thank you. Asicacise le okhulume ngayo uma uthi wa ususaba ukuthi uma uhamba lapha ngakulayini wesitimela kungenzeka ushaywe bese uyalimala. Ushaywa isitimela noma ushawa yini le owasuyisabela.
So ngase ngisabela ukuthi kusho ukuthi uma uhamba mhlambe nje amabhunu mhlambe ahlale phethe into yokushaya uma ungabe usekulayini seduze nolayini ngangisaba lokho nje ukuthi angeke ngiphinde ngiye lapha kulayini.
Okay. My lady, I was afraid of the fact that if you walked along that train tracks, you might be struck or be hit by the Afrikaners along the train, who maybe are always being there, having something or an object that they'll use to strike you with. So that was my fear.
Thank you.
So am I understanding you correctly to say that before the death of Chief Luthuli, you would walk along the train tracks?
Ngabe ngiyakuzwisisa kahle na ukuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi kwenzeke isigameko lesi esenzeka kubaba uLuthuli ubuhamba lapha ngase kujantshi wesitimela?
Bengihamba ngoba kubo kwagogo wami kufike kube ujantshi station ngala kwagogo wami ngale kwe station, so bengihamba lapha besihamba kujantshi sithatha nomoba yonke lonto ujantshi bese ujwayele nje.
Before this incident, my lady, I used to walk along the railway line because at my grandmother's house, it's just across the station or the railway line. So normally we used to walk along the railway tracks, and we sometimes picked up the sugar cane along the railway there. So before that, yes, I used to walk along the railway.
And the Umvoti Bridge, did you know or had you seen the Umvoti Bridge?
Leli blogo ke lase Mvoti uyalazi noma bokuhambe kulona?
Ngiyalazi ngangeke ngihambe.
Okay. Okay. Yes, I know Umvoti Bridge, and I used to walk along that or across that Umvoti Bridge before.
Thank you. My lady, may I just request some assistance from...
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Right. Ma'am, could you have a look at the picture on the screen? Are you able to see it? If you can't, you can
Ma'am,
come out
uyakwazi ukubona kahle uma ungakwazi ungaphuma nje usondele lapho ukuze ukwazi ukubona isithombe lesesiveziwe. Yes, I can see the bridge, my lady.
Does that picture look familiar to you?
Uma ubheka kwalesithombe umfaniswano oveziwe uyakwazi ukubona noma uyajwayela ukwazi ukubona ukuthi kukuphi la.
ngibona lela ibridge lisha leli.
Yes, I can see this bridge that depicts from this photo. That's a new bridge.
Okay. You talk about the new bridge. Where would the old bridge have been?
Elidala lona lali kuphi nje usukhuluma ukuthi ibridge elisha.
Lali ngenzansi kwale.
It was further below than this bridge that depicts at this photo.
When you say further below,
Alibonakala.
It's not visible, or it does not depict from this picture.
okay. In front of that bridge, there seems to be pillars or structures just in front of that new bridge. Do you see those?
La kuleli block adulibona kunale insika lezi. Yabona lezi zinto lezi ezikhona ngaphambi kwaleli block leli lisha.
Ngenzansi kwale.
Asicela ngithi uyabona la lokho kuncane okuvelile. Uyiloko bese besisondezele kona ade sikubona manje iloko. Manje ke sicela sibele kulesi sithombe. Umbuzo ke uthi uyabona indlezi insika lezi ezikhona ngaphambi kokuthi kube khona leli block ke osulichaze njenge block elisha.
Ngiyabona. Ngiyabona.
Yes, I can see, my lady.
Would that have been the old Umvoti bridge?
Ibridge.
Ngabe ke le insika ke lezi seyivelile seyisele kanje ezingaselona ibridge eliphelele. Yileli ya block elidala lasemvoti.
Ngiyacabanga kodwa ukusondelana lapho ngase kusondele kakhulu latheka kancane. Kusho isithombe lesi.
Yes, I think so, my lady, but it's, I've been a little bit confused by the photo, because now it seems those pillars now, they are much closer to the bridge, the new bridge. But I also understand the fact that it's according to the looks of, or that's how it depicts from this photo.
So, in a nutshell, if I-
Sorry. Can you ask Mr. Tusi to, if it's possible, rather to zoom in from the new bridge such that the pillars of the old bridge are seen? Is it possible to zoom in?
Sazocela ke kubaba umnumzane uThusi ukuthi asilekele mhlawumbe ukuthi akasizumela sisondezele mhlambe lesi sithombe ke ukuveza le insika nebloho mhlambe masibuka endaweni ethe ukusonda sondela ukuthi mhlambe kubukeka kanjani.
can you see it now?
Uyalibona ke manje ibloho le?
Yebo ngiyalibona.
Yes, my lady.
It's a zoomed picture of the previous.
Bridge.
So the previous picture that we showed you from a distance, now it's zoomed in.
Isithombe ke lesithe ukusondezwa ke emahlweni ethu sasondezwa kuseyile sasithomba de sisibuka esinalezi azinsika nebhlorho leliya.
Can you see?
So yabona kangcono manje.
Kodwa hayi lela blorho leli. Lela elisha ngithi.
O leli liphezulu elisha.
Elisha phezulu.
Okay. Yes, my lady, I can see, but the one at the top, that bridge, that's the new bridge, my lady.
Yes.
And where would the old bridge have been?
Leli lidala lona lali kuphi?
Lali ngenzansi kwaleli.
It is just below the new one, my lady.
Okay. It's when you say below, because just looking at this picture, when you say below, are you able to indicate where you mean?
La mawuthi ngenzansi kwaleli blorho ungakwahlampa usikhombisa kungenzansi makuphi ngokale sithombe lesi ngenzansi la sibona khona kuyabonakala noma mangenzansi makuphi.
Akubonakali lonila.
From where I am, my lady, I cannot see.
Okay. That's fine. Do you see that picture?
Lesithombe ke uyasibona siveziwe?
Yes. Ngiyasibona.
Yes, my lady.
That's a bridge.
Iblorho leli.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What I'd like to find out from you is the old Mvoti Bridge, not the new one, the old one that was still in existence in 1967.
Yeah.
Did it look similar to this one?
Iblorho leli lidala lalapha eMvoti. Engalesa sikhathi lesa ngonyaka ka19 masihlehla siya ku1967. Lalifana naleli buke yalifana naleli.
Hayi kahle.
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
What do you mean?
Uchaza ukuthini mawuthi hayi kahle?
Lona la linensimbi ebola ngamile straight kanje.
It wasn't as it depicts, or as we can see it as straight as it is. There were also some other mountains in the bonus. Ngibona mawuthi manje ngazi noma
Itsimbi. Shothi la lakheke ngalendlela. Ngathi nama bridge aqala.
it wasn't the same as we can see this old this new model, but it was how it was made. It was in that old model bridges. So the way it now it depicts it's not the same exactly.
Okay.
And further, just to add those set stills, the witnesses just added that the way stills they are, it's not the same.
Would it have looked like this?
Lalibukeka kanje.
Lalikuya kanje kodwa libe yabo ngazi libe neinsimbi ezithe.
Yes, it was looking like this, but there were those metals that were there, and the witness is trying by demonstrating with her hands as to how these stills will be in the said bridge.
Like scallops.
Zima.
I think she says it. Just demonstrate again.
Cela ukhombisa futhi.
Yabo lezi zinto like ama bridge lawo one uba nama bridge amanje ongena imoto enye iphume. Kanjalo lo ma bridge aqala ayinsimbi.
Kungene enye ibiphume.
Ingene enye ime iphume yabo lo ma bridge kanjalo.
Those old bridge, my lady, were made in a way whereby it would be a one-way, where one will add like the channels. There's the witness states that
Where one vehicle at a time
where one
would go
vehicle,
while the other vehicle is stopping.
as a court places, my lady.
But here we're talking about a train.
But
Last khuluma ngestimela ngithi siyayizwa incazelo yakhe ekhuluma ngale ndlela ukuthi kwakhe kube ile ndawo kungena kuyona imoto eyodwa ngesikhathi esisodwa enye ilinde kuphinde kungene kodwa la sikhuluma ngestimela.
bengifanekisa ngalawo ma bridge.
No, I was just making an example, my lady, as to how the bridge looked like.
So, are you saying there was some sort of like an overhead structure?
Kusho ukuthi uchaza ukuthi lama blorho layo ilawa akhe ukuthi la kube nento kube ngena ngaphansi kodwa kunokukhona okuthize noma cha
lama block waqala be malakhekile bese kuba sengazuthi kunensimbi ethe
kunensimbi ekanje
nje lahleke kanjalo
kunalensimbi lapha phezulu istima sohamba la ngaphansi
okay
ngiyaxolisa ukuthi bengitshe mhlambe ukukhuluma ngendlela nomshushu sabebeka ngayo ibeke ngendlela yakho kungaze ngisho lokho
ngithi ama block ayakheka ngeinsimbi kusho yabo kunensimbi engathi kobile.
My lady, what I mean to say is that the manner how those bridge were made, there will be some sort of steels ngapha emaceleni phezulu noma on the side of the bridge itself that will be on the top sides of the bridge. That's where
that is like on either side of the bridge. So as I understand what you are explaining, is that like the rail line would be like as straight as it can never be escalloped. It's the rail line. And then on the walls of the bridge, you would then have steel that goes like a scallop on either side, this side and that side.
indlela oyichaza ngayo ke ngiyayizwa uthi le ndlela yakhe ngakhona lama block la kudala akheke ngokuthi la udongweni lakhona onqenqemeni lo donga lolu lwestimela kuba nalezi insimbi phezukwa lolu donga futhi ezinyusayo indlela kwakhe ngakhona kunjalo yes my lady.
Ms. Chen, I think she's talking about those steel scallops, and I think there's one witness who testified that the steel structures were removed.
Correct, my lady.
Yeah.
Yes. Now,
there you go. Just look at that.
Oh, asibheke lapho. Nasistom.
is that what you're talking about?
Yilo okhuluma ngakho. Yes, I am referring to this steel structures, scallops.
That's the only difference, that there would be those steel structures on the sides, but everything else looks the same. Am I
Wona
correct?
mehluko ke kuphela ngokwalesa sithombe lesi ukuthi sona senazo le nsimbi lezadu ichaza. Yes my lady.
Okay. Okay, let us go to paragraph 12 of your statement. I'll just quickly read it. You said Luthuli would use the same route every day. His route was well known to everyone. After he was banned, his routes had to change. Often he would use the bus route to go to the shop and not return home the same way again. He would use a different route.
Masiqhubeka ke la indlela omchaze ngayo babuluthulu besebenzisa indlela eyodwa ke zonke izinsuku. Eyasiyaziwa wonke umuntu. Kodwa emveni kwale mthetho ayiseyinikiwe noma ayephila ngaphansi kwayo ke manje okwakwenza ukuthi ke manje abeseshintsha ke ukuhamba ke kwakhe bese jwala ukuthi asebenzise ke indlela le yebhasi ukuya lapha ke esitolo uma ngabe sebuyele ekhaya ke mase buyele ekhaya ke akasezukuphinde futhi ke asebenzise yona leyo ndlela futhi efanayo uzosebenzisa umzila noma indlela ehlukile kunjalo
Yebo njalo kunendlela la wayefike ehle khona kuthiwa esentshawini ahambe ngeenyawo azofika esitolo.
Indeed, Male, just to add on that, from where he got out or alighted from the bus, the place is called, is a place called Nchawini area where he will got out, he will alight from the bus and then
Walk.
bese ehamba.
Ahambe ngeenyawo aze azofika la esitolo.
Then he walked from there up until he reached the shore.
Emva kokuthi mesephuma esitolo indlela eziya eGroundville izintathu.
Then from the shop, my lady, there were 3 routes that
Ongayisebenzisa.
proceed to Gradville that you could use?
Yes. Khona uhamba straight from the shop uya Lloyd esikoleni.
There is a route that you walk straight from the shop up until you reach Lloyd School.
There's a route esuka la esitolo uhambe ngasenzansi uye Melville uSugarcane.
There is also another route that you'll take downwards from the shop downwards to Melville via the sugar mill.
Is a sugar mill. Melville
Or-
is a sugar mill.
Okay, that there's this route that you'll take from the shop, walk downwards to the sugar mill,
Bese kuba lena ke alimalela kuyona ke is the third one.
and then there's this third route where, and the in question the same route that he had used on the day in question when he got injured.
Yeah.
Okay. So did you know this as a fact, or did somebody tell you that he would change his routes?
Lokhu ukwazi wena qobo lwakho ukuthi hayi into ayenze oyaziyo noma ukhona umuntu wakutshela ukuthi hayi indlela zakhe beyishintsha.
Lokho kuningi ukukhulunywe engasekho sengikhula ngitshela ukuthi umkhulu mayisuka la walimala la kodwa ubekasuke la hambe ngala aphinde asuka hambe ngala.
Most
Izinto
of
bengixoxela.
the things, my lady, I was told that was afterwards, after his passing. Now, I will then be told the routes, his normal routes that he used. So, and even on the day in question when he got injured, and I was also shown the spot where he was injured. So I was told.
Okay. Just out of interest, how often did you come in contact with Chief Luthuli?
Uma singezwa nje la kwena ke kamabaso wena ke naye inkosi uLuthuli mhlambe ke kukangakhi ke mhlambe ke ebunganeni bakho noma ngalesa sikhathi ubuke uhlangane noma udibane naye inkosi.
Lokho ngazala uqala kwami ukubheka ngazi ukuthi umkhulu wami ngangazi ukuthi uLuthuli mina ngumabaso ngoba wayebizwa ngomkhulu so ngangazi ukuthi mina umkhulu wami so nje ngabheka la kuyena.
I would say from birth, now when I became a toddler or when I just grew up in front of him, and at that stage I knew him as Mkhulu, that is my grandfather. So I did not even know the fact that he was literally, or it was just a grandfather from a certain family. So to me, he was my own grandfather, because when I started to open up my eyes as a child now, he was just in front of me as Mkhulu. That was the case.
So it would be almost daily that you would come in contact with him.
Njengomkhulu wakho mihla ke umbona ke.
Umeze esitolo.
Yes.
Ngoba nakhona wayengezi njalo phela ngoba wayibalekela khona lokhu ukuthi uyafuna. So umeze esitolo nje ubaba nje ngoba wayemanager.
Okay.
Umeze ezochecka.
Usually when he comes to the shop, yes, that would always I will then see him, because my father was the manager at the shop there, though he was not coming almost every day because of those bad conditions that he was under. So when he comes to check the shop, then definitely I'll see him.
And just out of clarity, you mentioned earlier that your family in particular, the Mabasos, would be ostracized by the rest of the community because your family was in close contact with that of Luthuli, correct?
Kunjalo ukuthi usitshele ngodaba lokuthi umndeni wakini lapha kaMabaso ubusukhishwa inyombazane abanye noma umphakathi ngenxa yokusondelana kwenu kakhulu nalomndeni wakaLuthuli.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is correct, my lady.
And just lastly, I just want to understand your statement, which is on paragraph 17 towards the end. You mentioned that during the time of apartheid, it was the law, there was no peace, and honest people suffered. What did you mean by this?
La ukhulume ngodaba lokuthi ke na ngalesa sikhathi ke sobandlululo noma sohulumeni ke obandlululo kwaku abantu ke noma ke nanihlupheka noma nanisokola ke la ngokwemthetho yabo kwakungekho ke ukuthula ngempela abantu babehlupheka buchaza ukuthini ngalokho
Bengichaza ukuthi njengathi nje mina sahlupheka kakhulu njengoba ngithi kwakumjondoro ekhaya so silala la dining room okungathi dining room silala phansi mhlawumbe sothi silele bashaya isicapha basikhahlele before bayokubaba ekamelweni afike bamshaye naye.
I mean to say that we suffered a lot, especially us at my home, from the house that we were occupying, that shack that we were occupying. Because when the SAPS of that time, police of the apartheid, during the apartheid, when they're coming to my home, they will just kicked the door opened from where we were sleeping. I would say it was some sort of a lounge. That's where they entered. So upon them entering there, as we were lying on the floor,
Bashaya before
by Baba. Firstly, they will then start by assaulting us there before they could proceed to where my father was, where they would also hit him as well.
Okay. And sorry, just one last question. Just going back to paragraph 14, when you talk about the cleaning of Luthuli's blood, you yourself were not present when Luthuli's blood was being cleansed. Am I correct?
Mayelana nodaba lokuyogezwa kwegazi lenkosi uLuthuli la lalitheleke khona wena qobo lwakho wawungekho lapha kuleya ndawo la kwakugezelwa khona igazi
angekho ngisemncane angeke ngiye la kunegazi khona.
Yes, I was not present. I was still young, so no way that I could have gone there where there was blood.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Dunya. Mr. Msima.
No question, lady.
Mr. Ngobo.
No questions, my lady.
Thank you very much, Gamabaso Hlong. You are excused from the reports.
Siyabonga kakhulu ke Kamabas usuqedile ukuthula ufakazi bakho usungakhululeka. Siyabonga. Thank you, my lady.
It's almost lunchtime now.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, we can take a long adjournment. We'll resume at 2:15. Thank
Yes,
you.
this is the court.
You said you do have a witness.
We do have a witness for after lunch, my
Yes,
lady,
thank you.
Mr. Manchu.
Court adjourns.
Can we do? Yeah, it's a straightforward interview. No, the interview where recorded phone. Oh, yeah. Uthi mtholo ayana. Baphumele ngaphansi. Baphumele ngaphansi. Okay. Awuthi sihambise. Awuthi shaya 16. Thank
Are you going there? Chilling here for now, eh? Sure.
Maso hamba wayam.
Yeah. Or by now.
Ah, it's fine. Like it.
Circular and setting. So you want batteries as well? You didn't give us 4 batteries. Where we Charger, yes, I'm not. No, okay, we don't have 4. You took the others. Raise it. It's not better man government given to you. I'll make a note. Zanele Mashia. Saturday, 4 batteries and sharp. I'll make sure that I get it. Sharp.
It's what it is, and I'll no matter. That.
Yeah.
These patients were taken straight to the ward, or unconscious, or if they came in unconscious, they were seen immediately by the doctor on duty. That's if they came in unconscious, and they were seen by the doctor on duty. We would then get the full details from the patient later, when admitted to the ward, or from accompanying relatives or friends.
Uma ngabe kokuba isimo sokuthi mhlambe umuntu ozomukela obesengozini mhlambe umuntu ushaywe kabana ke impela isimo sibucayi izimo ephuthumayo njengabazobeletha ke la wayevele nathathwe ke qondwe naye ngqo ewodini lapho noma masikhuluma ngomuntu mhlambe ozomukelwa umuntu oqulekile lo muntu ubonwa ke ngokuphuthuma ke udokotela kuyena osuke esebenza ngalo langa lelo okay ukuthi imininingwane yakhe leso siguli izothathwa ke kamuva uma isemukelwe ke lapha ewodini okanye bese ke ithathwa kumuntu ke omphelezele njengesihlobo noma ke umngane.
Additionally, we handled a manual switchboard. It came with crank with cables and numerous holes for the extensions for phone calls in and out of the hospital. We had to record in a book, but it was never ever checked. We would help out staff to make private calls and credit to the transport of one of the white nurses or matrons.
La ungezelela ke kuloko bengikuchaza ke futhi ke sasi basesandleni noma sasikwazi ukuthi siphathe lesa sigubhu ke salo lawo kusebenza kweingcingo ukushayela kweingcingo okuwa kuba khona ke amakhebuli nalesa sigujana sasiba nezimbobo imbobo lezofaka zona kusho inombolo lezi zokuhlukana ngokwendawo la usuke ufuna ukuthi icingo ke luye khona kama extension la ku1064 nesiphinde simukele izingcingo sibhale phansi lapha ke ebhukwini kodwa ke kwakungabhekwa yonke lento kwakungabhekwa kaoba sasikwazi ukuthi silekelele ke la abanye babasebenzi ke ukuthi umuntu azifoneleleke lana ke nabalekelela ke la udabeni ke lokuthuthwa noma lokuhamba ngale kwalaba ke abamhlophe amanesi amhlophe noma o metro.
On the 21st of July 1967, my colleague was on lunch around 12:30 to 1. I received the call which stated somewhat, "This is the Groutsville station master. Please send an ambulance at that time for a native knocked down by a train." I referred the call to our transport manager, Mr. Giro Sr., father of the hospital secretary, Dave Giro. He dispatched an ambulance driver, which I see was Zwane.
Lapha ngomhla ka21 ke ku July kunyaka ka1967 uza kwethu wayese lunchini yakhe noma kwisikhathi sakhe sokuthi athole isidlo sasemini lapha ke ngo 12:30 kuya ku1 ngamukela ke ucingo lapho umuntu ayesho ukuthi umphathi walapha ke e-station sase Groutsville ucela ke kuthunyelelwe iambulance ngoba ke kunomuntu oshayiswe isitimela ngalidlulisa kucingo ngidlulisela ke kulo manager wa transport umnumzane uJuro Senior okwakubaba kaMabhalane walapha esibhedlela uDave Giro ngempela ke bakhipha ke iambulance umshayeli wakhona nomshayeli wayo kwakuumnumzane uZwane.
When Zwane came in with the patient from the side door, that's to my right, he had to pass my counter, which was oval at outpatients. He stopped the trolley in front of me so that I can open a file and get the relevant information if accompanied by someone. Nobody was with.
Lesikhathi ke umnumzane uZwane ke esefika ke noma ke engena ngasohlangothini lesikudla ke sami la kulomnyango kwakufanele ukuthi andluleke la kwi-desk noma kwi-counter yami la ngangikhona la ngisebenza khona ke ngale igule esuke zizobhalisa zela wama nale nqola ke ngaphambi ke kwami ukuze ngikwazi ukuthi ngivule ke ifile nokuthola imininingwane efanelekile uma kuukuthi kwakukhona umuntu wayehamba nalomuntu kodwa kwakungekho umuntu kayihamba naye.
But I noted the patient was not conscious and was flailing both his arms and turning his face from side to side. Then I recognized that this was Chief Albert Luthuli.
Engaqaphela ke la ukuthi isiguli lesi esasithwelwe ke la sasingaqulekile ngoba wayekwazi ukunyakazisa izandla zakhe noma izingalo zakhe zombili futhi ke la ekuyinyakaseni kamahlangothi inhlangothi ke zonke ila ngamqaphela khona ukuthi lo muntu lothwelwe inkosi ubaba uAlbert Luthuli.
Chief Luthuli had just received the Nobel Peace Prize, which was celebrated by people of the world.
Are you okay, sir?
Ke la uma emchaza ke ubaba uLuthuli uthi ke ubaba uLuthuli wayekade sandokuthola nje umkromelo noma ehlonishiwe ke lapha ngendoda yakha uxolo nokubuyiswana okwaba into yabankulu kakhulu emhlabeni wonke ke la eyayijatshulwe wonke umuntu ke emhlabeni.
As time went on, when I had relocated to Johannesburg, I learned that there was a book that was to be published. I visited Mr. Ghulam Haji Suleiman, author of the book In the Shadow of Luthuli, which I have with me, when I went down to Durban to visit my family there. Mr. Haji Suleiman told me about it and I offered to edit it for him because of my own experience. He said I must stay behind in Stanger and edit it in his presence. He cannot give it to me to take it wet. In the book, it is mentioned that Peter Papaya was the ambulance driver. That is incorrect, to the best of my knowledge. Mr. Peter Papaya was the then transport superintendent for ambulance drivers, and on the day of the incident, he did not drive an ambulance, but Mr. Zwane did, together with his assistant, whose name I have forgotten, but I think it was definitely definitely General Assistant Cleaner Theory. The information was never corrected. The incorrect information was never corrected.
Ngaleso sikhathi leso ke ngabe ke sengithutha ke noma sengisuka sengiyohlala ke eGoli nokuyilapho ke ngabe sengizwa khona ngodaba lokuthi kwakukhona incwadi eyayizovezwa ke lana noma izokhishwa ngabe ke sengivakashela umnumzana uGhulam Haji Suleiman okumbhalwa lencwadi eyayithi kena In the Shadow of Luthuli. Lesikhathi ngilapha eThekwini ukuvakashela umndeni wami umnumzane uSuleiman lo wabe siyangixoxela ke ngayo lencwadi ngabe ke sengimtshela ke mina ugqozi noma ukuthanda ukuthi ngimlekelele ngokuchwepheshe noma ngokulwazi lami ukuthi ngilekelele lapha ekulungiseni okuthize lesikhathi incwadi ngaphambi ukuthi ikhishwe wabe siyangitshela ukuthi kufanele ngihlale lapha ke eStenge ukuze makukhona okuthize kwakuzolungiswa lapha encwadini kwenzakale ekhona ngeke akwazi ukunginika lencwadi ngihambe nayo wadalula ke futhi ukuthi lapha kubhalwe noma kuvezwe udaba lokuthi umshayeli owayeshayela iambulance kwakumnumzane uPeter Papaya okwakungalona ke iqiniso umnumzane ke uPeter Papaya lo waye ngumphathi waka transport noma ephethe laba abangabashayeli bama ambulance lesikhathi kwenzakala isigameko lesi azange azayishayela iambulance kodwa umuntu wayishayela kwaba umnumzane ke uZwane kanye nomsizi wakhe noma sengilikhohlwa ke igama lamsizi kodwa ngokujwayelekile laba abashayeli bama ambulance bebe bathatha kwesinsikhathi abantu abaklinayo laphana noma ke laba nje abasebenza ke lapha kwezinye zezinto general njengomnumzane uPhiri njengoba ngicathi uyena umuntu ahamba nayo lemniningwane noma lolwazi olungabanga iqiniso olwakhishwa ngalesa sikhathi alizange lilungiswe ukuthi lubeke ngendlela okuyiyona.
There were no bruises or bleeding either from the chief's face or head. Also, there was no blood on the trolley or his clothes that I would have noticed. His body was not covered.
Lapha kwakungekho ke imivimbo noma ukopha ke la ebusweni bakhe noma ke ekhanda. Kanjalo negazi lalingekho nalapha kwinqoleni le ngisho lasezimpahleni ayigqokile engange ngayiqaphela njoba umzimba wakhe wongaqunywanga noma ongamboziwe. Yes.
We had lots of exposure to accident and assault victims, and on admission, we had to check if the patient was bleeding or not, or serious. If bleeding, we would inform the floor nurse who would either attend by wrapping a bandage or tourniquet, or if severe and non-stop, take to the doctor immediately. Mind you, I was at the hospital for 2 years and we experienced a lot of these cases, especially over weekends.
Ngase ke ngijwayele ukubhekana negameko ezinje ngokwesipilweni sami enganginaso ke la ukuthi sijwayele ukubona abantu abasuke bebesengozini abashayiwe abasuke bezomukelwa ke laphana nokuyilapho sesibheke khona ke isiguli leso ke ukopha kwaso uma mhlambe ngabe uyopha kakhulu noma kopho kanye ke uyopha kubucayi uma ngabe uthi uyopha ke ilapho sizotshela khona ke unesi walapho nokuyilapho ke abazobe beza ke bezobhekana nalowo muntu ukuthi bambhandishe okanye kutholakale into kumnqamula ukopha uma kuqhubeka kuthola kuyaqhubeka kumi sekuphuthunyiswa ke kuthintwa ke udokotela lokho ngishiso isikhathi bese ke sisebenzile lapha iminyaka ke emibili kakhulukazi ke ngempela sonto bekuba nazi igameko ezinje zabantu abasuke belimele nengozi.
I immediately informed the black nursing staff and others who the patient was. I also phoned local ANC comrades, that's Evie Mohammed, Ghulam Haji Suleiman, Ismail Rawat and others, and the editor of the Sunday Tribune. Correction there, it was not Shami Hamicha, it was later, but it was the editor of the Sunday Tribune.
Lapha ke engabe ke sengiphuthuma ke sengiba bikela ke lapha ngabikela abasebenzi laba abamanesi abamnyama ukuthi ke ubani lesiguli ngafona futhi ngifonela ke amanye ama comrade ka ANC alapha njengo Evie Mohammed, Ghulam Haji Suleiman, Ismail Rawat nalo osebenza lapha ke kwi Sunday Tribune Herald hayi ke lo bhalwe laphansi uShami Hari Chande.
Chief Luthuli was then taken straight into the examination room and Dr. G. Misra, the district surgeon called in by the hospital head, I think Dr. Gregerson, who also came to attend.
Inkosi Luthuli yabe sithathwa ke qondiswa ngqo ke egumbini lokuhlolwa ke la izohlolwa khona udokotela uG Misra udokotela walapha owabe ke esebiza loyo oyinhloko lapha ke esibhedlela ngicathi udokotela uGregson naye weza ke lapha.
This is all that I can say. I know and understand the contents of the statement and I have no objection in taking the prescribed oath. Thank you.
I don't know if I've missed this about 4. Maybe I didn't interpret or if you can just assist me, my lady, whoever. I don't know. I must just go straight to...
Yes, just after the district surgeon called in with Dr. Gregerson, who also came to attend at about 4. I think that time is incorrect. I'm just assuming. Dr. Misra came out to tell everyone waiting that Chief was no more.
Nje njengoba besechazile ke lapho ukuthi emveni kokuba ke sebefikile na udokotela uGregerson naye noma isikhathi ke engathi kasisona uyacabanga ke la kulo 4 bhalwa ntambama ukuthi udokotela uMr wabeke siyaphuma ke sezotshela wonke umuntu wayelindile esephihliza ke indaba ke yayimbi ukuthi inkosi uLuthuli ayisekho. Iloko kabe bophezelela kona ukuqinisekisa ukuthi konke kuloko kubhalela phansi ke uyaqonda uyakwazi ukuthi kuyiqiniso.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Let us go to paragraph 8 of your statement. So you say that on the said day, 21 July 1967, at around 12:30 to 1 p.m., you received a call wherein the person on the other side or the other end of the call was saying, "This is Gradville Station Master. Please send an ambulance for a native knocked down by a train."
Yes.
Okay.
Yebo kunjalo ukuthi ngalo lelanga leli lomhla ka21 kuJuly kunyaka ka1967 ngekhathi lezashilo ke lapho kugamanxa kwehora noma kugamanxa kwehora le12 kuya kwelokuqala wathola ucingo olaliqhamuka kumuntu wazichaza njengomphathi walapha estation saseGradville ethi ucela kuthunyelelwe iambulance ngoba khona umuntu wayeshayiswe isitimela.
I take it that an ambulance was dispatched immediately?
The procedure would have been that I informed Mr. Giro, the transport manager,
Yes.
and then he would then assign he would send out the driver. But it wasn't very long after that I think Zwan had left with the ambulance.
Kona ke inqubo ayayisetshenziswa lapho ukuthi yena wayezondlulisa abikele umphathi lo olawula izithuthi noma izimoto zalapha ngoba uthe emveni kwaloko akubanga isikhathi eside sebona uZwane ke sephuma nayo ke ambulance.
So if you were to give a rough estimate, that would have been about how many minutes?
I would say about 10.
Mangalinganisa ngasho mhlambe kwaba semzuzwini la kwelishumi.
About 10-15 minutes at the most, but 10 minutes. Normally with injury cases where it involved like at work, unemployment, UIF, and that sort of the thing, then they would send the ambulance out immediately because they were, with government cases. I think they paid separately or something. There was a different accounting system for them, and it was always a priority.
Tikona ke izimene efana lezi kulawo bantu abasebandanyiki laba basebenza ke ekhulumeni noma kwezinye izikhungo uma kuye kwaba nesimo esibikiwe esiphuthumayo babe phuthuma ngalendlela esimanga ngoba ngicabanga ukuthi indlela ababekhokhelwa ngalo yayithe ukuhluka ke okusho ukuthi akubanga isikhathi eside emveni kokuba kube nalocingo ke kukhishwe ke ambulance yayizophuthuma la.
So in this case, because there was no clear message to state that the person knocked down is a government employee, it took a bit longer, about 10 minutes, you say?
I would say so, because I'll tell you what I've also, the thing is that between the time that I got the call and the time that when Nkosi was brought in, my colleague was still on lunch. So it was between 12 and 1, I would say. So it would have been taken probably from the time the ambulance was dispatched. Should have, according to the driver, I think Papaya's statement or someone in the book that I've got, it took him 10 minutes or something. He broke all records. That's his testimony to bring Chief back from the station. So I would say 10 minutes to go, 10 minutes to come, but I would say 30 minutes and another 10 minutes. So about 40 minutes at the duration, time span from the time I got the call to Chief coming back.
Jize ke lapha kwakungazange kucaciswe ngalomuntu ukuthi lo shayisiwe ke uhlobo lu mhlawumbe umuntu osebenza kuhulumeni osimo seni ngoba indlela kwakwenzeka ngakhona ukuthi kuphuthumeka izimo kwakuya ngokuthi lo muntu osuke ebandakanyekile kuleso sigameko wakuluphi uhlangothi ngendlela kusetshenzwa khona uthi kona kubanga isikhathi eside kakhulu ngoba yonke lento eyenzeka uza kwabo wayesesoloke eselantshini kwazi ukuthi lesikhathi esebona inkosi elethwa vele uza kwabo engakabuyi uthi futhi kukhona ngisho nalapho upapayi noma lo wachaza njengomuntu owalanda inkosi laphana alinganisela ke imzuzwini ke u10 kuya kwe15 uthi cha mina engakusho ukuthi vele ukusuka lapha kuyiye lapha mhlawumbe 15 minutes ukuya nokufi omunye 15 minutes nalesi asikhathi kubikwa kumina ocingweni sengiyibona inkosi ke siqhutshwa noma singenise lapha ingakho ngilinganisela isikhathi esika mhlawumbe ngaba imzuzu engamashumi 45 uthi futhi ke phela lokho akushoyo lokho apapayi ukuthatha kwezinye ze statement noma ke kwembhalo ke veziwe ke la ebhalwe phansi.
Okay. And in the same paragraph, you say that the patient the patient was not conscious. What do you mean by that?
But sorry, his eyes were not, his eyes were closed. And he was actually, if I would show it to you, just turning his head, like that, with
Side
eyes
to
closed
side.
completely. And his hands, as I said, were like shaking on the stretcher, up and down.
Okay.
Isizathu esenza ukuthi ngithi mina inkosi ngiyibona lapha kwi-stretcher iyayingaqulekile ingoba phela inyakaza nje ukuthi ikhanda iyayilishonisa ngapha nangapha emaceleni namehlo ke nanezandla ke zinyakaza ke njengoba ufakazi elinganisile unyakasa izandla zinyuka zehliswa.
So, in essence, when you say he was not conscious, you were saying that he was not awake, but he was still moving on the stretcher.
Yeah, only his hands and his face, not the rest of his body.
His hands and his face.
Yeah, his hands were like the trolley is thing going up and down.
Okay.
And then his face kept, and that's when I noticed, I said, that's Chief.
Cha isizathu sokuthi ngithi mina noma ngisho ukuthi wayibhekile kodwa ukuze ngimqaphele ukuthi hayibo inkosi iminyakaza ayenza la ikhanda liya ngapha nangapha ukunyakaza ke kobuso noma ikhanda nezandla nakuyila ngaqaphela khona ukuthi hayibo inkosi le.
Do you recall if he was able to speak?
No, not. If, you know, what would happen if patients came in injured or this, and then we would, if they had no one with, then we would speak to them if they could speak. You know, in this case, couldn't. He was not talking. He was just, his eyes were closed and in fact, his facial listing was like somewhat, I would say, you know, if I look at it like showing pain, you know, but not conscious.
Kona ke mangiqhubeka ngimchaza kona ngokujwayelekile beke kube ukuthi mangabe kulethwa isiguli ukuthi isiguli lesi asiqulekile siyakwazi ukukhuluma siyakhulumisana naye ukuze sithathe imininingwane kodwa esimeni senkosi ngalelanga wayengakhulumi kodwa into engayibona ebusweni babo ukukhombisa ukuthi useyinhlungwini ngendlela ayebukeka ke ngayo.
Okay. You mentioned that he was lying on a stretcher, he was not covered. Do you recall what he was wearing on that day?
All right, normally when patients were brought in, especially maternity cases also, they would be covered with a blanket. In his case, in the case of Nkosi, he wasn't. He was just on the stretcher.
Uthi mayibuza nje bechazile ufakazi ukuthi inkosi iyayinga mbesiwe noma iyayingekho into eyimbozile uthi phela lo ngikushiso ukuthi ngokujwayelekile uma kakhulukazi iguli lezi esuke zilethwa abazobeletha khona into bayasitho bambozwe ke la umzimba lo wabo kodwa ke inkosi yayingamboziwe nje wayelapha nje estration ngale kokumbozo.
Do you remember if he was clothed? If he
He
had
was
any
cl-
clothes on?
Yes, yes, he had on his pants and I think a shirt or, yeah.
Yeah, wait.
It was like a shirt, normal shirt and pants.
Ayigqokile igqoka ibhlukwe lakhe nje ejwayelekile ne-shirt.
Now, you say that, as far as you can recall, you did not see any bruises on his face. Did you see any bruises on the rest of his body?
No, not on his face. I mean, I wouldn't know on his body, but from an absence of blood, like, you know, if a patient came in, a victim or patient came in that was assaulted or bleeding, the trolley, like, without having a blanket covered on, there would have been blood on the trolley itself, even a drop or two of the thing. Now, as I said, it was standard procedure that we check, see if there's a thing, and there was no blood, and only his face, as I said, was, he kept turning it to the scene. There's no injury that I had seen, and not even on his hands or anything.
Njoba ngithi mina kwakungekho gazi ke la ebusweni bakhe ukuthi kona ke inqubo mgomo esebenza phansi kwayo ukuthi uma kunesigulu ke lapha ngiyabheka kodwa kuyena akukho mhlambe engaqaphela ngakubona nje mhlambe kube khona ukulimala ngoba uma sikhuluma ngesisulu mhlambe esilimele sibese ngozini noma umuntu oshayiwe ngokujwayelekile kuba khona okuthize okuzoba inkomba noma ukubonayo noma nje amachaphaza ke igazi ke kwangekho lutho kwakhona lapha kule stretcher ke ayibeke kusona kwakungekho lutho nje akukho mina engakubonayo okwakuyigazi kuyena.
So you say that you checked. Where did you check exactly?
Sorry?
You say that you checked him, his
Yeah,
body.
yes.
Where on his body did you check?
Just, well, not physically. He was in like, here, I'm behind this counter and he was there on the trolley. And I would be looking over at him. And that's where it was. So there was no blood on the trolley itself. And there was no injuries on his face. As far as the rest of the body, I wouldn't know. But if there was bleeding, then it would have shown on the trolley.
Kona ke uma ngithi ngambona hayi ngoba mhlambe ngamphenya ukumbhekisisa ke yena qobo emzimbeni kodwa ngokwebanga engangikulona nje obelinganisa ufakazi la eboxini nje ukuthi phela inkosi yayingale kwebhokisi ilapha ke kwi-stretch uthwa nje besukuma ukukhombisa ukubheka ke nje lapho uthi kuyena noma kwakubonakala kwakungekho ngoba noma ngabe kuthiwa kwakukhona ukopha thizeni kwakungaba lapha ke kwi-stretch yena ke kodwa akakubonanga.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, or do you want to add?
Yeah.
Yes.
Could I just say that assuming if you standing here, I see your face clearly. And that's the distance that was between me and the troll myself. The counter here is just about that, and it's a lower counter. So I'm looking straight at Nkosi, at the patients that come in. So
Qhubeka nokuthi anabe ke ukwakhe isithombe sokuveza ibanga uthi wayembhekele eduzane ngempela futhi i-counter noma i-desk lelakhe lalingaphakeme njenganaleli okwakulula ke nje uzulinganisa ngishona ngengalo ke ibanga nje ukuthi ma uzolinganisa la ekhona nalelo banga umuntu okulelo banga uchaza nje ukuthi wayekwazi ukumbona kahle nje kamhlophe noma ukubona kahle ukuthi amkwazi ukumbona nokuyilapha akwazi ukubona khona ukuthi awu inkosi le.
So it's about a meter. Would you say it's a meter?
Would you say it's about a meter, sir?
Will you say it's about a meter, that the distance as you demonstrated
Yeah,
that?
exactly. Yeah, between about a meter. And this is much lower. The counter was lower. So I'm looking straight across there. As I said, if you're standing here, I would be able to see if you got any bruises on your face.
Yebo, ngingasho nje futhi ukuthi kwakusebangeni elingangemitha ngoba phela njoba ngilinganisile futhi la ngilinganisa khona kuthe ukuphakama ke lo leya desk noma icounter yami yayithanda ukuba phansana ngikwazi nje ukubona ke kahle kuseduze.
Perhaps let's take it from the beginning when I presume he was wheeled in on a stretcher by Zwane. Am I correct?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. When you first saw this patient be wheeled in by Zwane on a stretcher, could you estimate the distance from when you saw him come in until the time Zwane stopped with the stretcher in front of your counter?
Right now, what would have happened is he came in through the door from there with a trolley,
Yeah?
and that's not even 3 meters away. And I would have been at the counter. So when he came in, that distance, I don't know, the time span would be a couple of seconds, wouldn't even be minutes. Yeah?
Ke uma ngithi ekungeneni kwakhe ke njobe eqhutshwa uZwane ke la ngale stretcher ukuza la ngikhona kungeneni kwabo kula kulomnyango ukuza la ngikhona akukho ngisho nasebangeni elingangama meter ke amathathu kuza mina la ngikhona ngingathi ke uma ngibala isikhathi ngithi akuona ngisho ama minutes kodwa kungaphansi kungama minishana noma kungama second nje isikhathi esincane kakhulu.
Okay, and when he stood there in front of the counter, can we also say that you saw him for a few seconds when he was there in front of the counter?
No, what happened?
On the stretcher, sorry, my lady.
Sorry, what happened is the trolley was brought in and he was left there for about, I would say about 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay.
You know, there was no one else around because, as I said, we had to open a file for the victim or the patient and get the particulars. As I said earlier, there was no one around and he wasn't talking. He was unconscious.
La uma ngingasho isikhathi ke mhlawumbe asichitha ela ke manje phambi kwecounter elapha kwi-stretcher ngingalinganisela ke emzuzwini emithathu kuya kwemhlanu ngoba futhi ngaso sikhathi kwakekho umuntu ke la ngoba nje wabengishilo ukuthi kuye kube ukuthi umuntu mayebekwa lapha mhlambe kube nemininingwane ethathwayo uma ukuthi umuntu uyakwazi ukuyikhulumela yena kwakekho umuntu futhi wayekhona ezolela ukuthatha lo mniningwane engakhulumi kwaba ileyo mzuzu kayichithe lapha ngaphambi kokuthi ke abe siyasuswa ke esisiwa kuleli gumba ezohlola kulona.
Okay. And from your viewpoint, if there was anything or any injury on his back or anything beyond what you could see on the street, would you be able to notice if there was anything on his back? Let me put it that way.
All right. When I looked at him, he would be on his thing and he would be lying on his, almost facing me on the right.
Lying on his side or lying on his back?
Lying on his back, but as I said, like facing me.
Okay.
But then I wouldn't be able, I would not have known on the other side.
When you say other side, what do you mean?
On his left. If he was flat, I would see the front here.
Yes.
But not, I can't confirm like if there was blood or no blood on the other side.
I see.
Tike ngendlela aye mbona ke ngakhona ngakulo hlangatha ambona ngakhona la ingaphambili wayengeyakwazi ukuqinisekisa ukwazi ukubona ngale kulolu hlangatho make ngemuva ngendlela ayileleke ngayo ukuthi mhlambe ngabe kwakukhona ukulimala noma kukhona igazi lale ngale.
So you only saw one side of the body? from your viewpoint?
Yeah, if you're just looking at the patient straight there.
Yebo ngabona
But
uhlangothi.
as I said, the face, I'm very sure the thing that there was no injury on his face. There was no blood. He wasn't hurt in any way, or any.
Kona
wounds.
enginesiqinisekiso ke ngakho impela engimile ke kona ukubona ubuso. Cha ngempela ebusweni akukho ukulimala ke ngakubona kwangekho gazi kungekho nxeba kungekho la ebusweni.
Is there anything extraordinary that you may have noticed about his clothing? Perhaps the condition of his clothing?
When this, I would say, as I learned later on, I was told that he was knocked by a train and he fell in. Initially, I was told it was on the Moti railway bridge. And then I was told that it's on the other account that from Mr. Samuel was that it was in the shunting yard. Now, there's two different scenarios there in terms of injuries. If it was on the Mvoti bridge, then if the train knocked him at speed, the injuries would have been massive. Also, if he fell off on the side of the railway track, his whole body would have been soiled with the sand and grass and whatever you have, that would have been on the side of the tracks. Whereas in the shunting yard, it's a separate area altogether. And what happens is in this case here, sugar cane was loaded and it's off. Once that coach is offloaded, emptied, then they push that out and bring the next one in. So that's the shunting procedure. It goes like at an angle, push that coach out and then push it onto the next. Now this I learned from...
Can we stop there, sir, so that she can be able to
Oh,
interpret?
sorry.
Uthi la mayichaza ke la ngathi masekuthola uma ngoba bebuzwa ngokwesimo sezimpahla zakhe ukuthi isimo sezimpahla zakhe ayigqokile inkosi zazi sesimene esinjani. Uthi la kwangimangaza noma ke kwaba nakuthukela uma sekuveza udaba lokuthi isimo sakhe noma ukulimala kwakhe kubandakanya ukuthi kube ingozi lapha estimela. Nokuthi ke manje uma usubheka ke makuthi wadlavazwa noma washayeka lapha eblorhweni lestimela shawa istimela ukulimala kwakhe kwakuzohluka kunaloko engakubonayo noma makuthi wayewe lapha ngase bridge lapha eceleni ngophela isimo sakhona noma wayezokhuhleka lapha phansi kwakungaba inhlaba isihlabathi nje okwakungaba nomthelela ekukhuhlekeni noma kweimpahla zakhe wayezoba nako lokho kungcola okwakuphuma lapha eceleni noma ke uma kunaloko kulimala ukuthi ugaywe ngqo wayezoba sesimini esibucane ukulimala kwakho kwakungahluka kunaloko engakubona.
Yeah, as I said, the coach would come in a semicircle that will push the locomotive will push the coach to the front, and then again it would go this way as empty, and then they'll hitch it. Now, in the shunting yard, there's hardly any grass or weeds or anything, because with that, the thing, it's more pebbles and that sort of thing. So there wouldn't have been any soiling of his clothes of anyone that falls there. Whereas on the other side, if it was the bridge, Mvoti bridge, if it was there, then there's sand on the side. And besides the sand, there also would have been weeds, and that would have got onto the clothes. So that's the two different scenarios now. We don't know.
Let's give her an opportunity to
Uthi isizathu ukuthi akuchazela uchaza le ndawo ukuthi uma ngabe ke ukuthi ke why noma eshaya limale lapha ngase kumvote ebridging njoba phela lapha na ke kuleleya blogho kunane sihlabathi lapha ukhula okwakungaba nomthelo ukuthi uma limalele lapha kube nazo zonke lezi zinto ke kuyena izinto ayizo shayeka noma ahudleke kuzona ekubeni ngale kulolo luhlangothi lapha na indawo ke lapha ke la ngaphambili icocekile noma ke akukho sihlabathi ke lapha na futhi ke lapha njoba ke kuyindawo ke ecocekile lapha ngaphambili kwakukuthi phela manje wayezobhekana noma ke ngqo adlavazeke ke ubiyena bakhe emzimbeni.
Okay. Can you just, if you are able to, answer that specific question? His clothing. Do you recall what was the condition of his clothing when he was wheeled into the hospital and you saw him from behind your counter? Do you recall the condition of his clothing?
Well, there was nothing, should I say, untoward about the clothes. Like they were not, there was no, as I mentioned, there was no soiling of the clothes, or clothes were not mixed like with either sand or anything else, and there was no blood on it. And there was nothing that it was normal.
Cha ngokwesimo sezimpahla ayigqokile inkosi impela kwakungekho into ehlukile noma mhlawumbe okuthize ngathi ngakubonayo nje zajwayelekile ngoba phela kwakungekho hlabathi noma sihlabathi ke la kuzona.
So, for clarity, if he had sustained an injury at the back of his head, you would not have been in a position to see it from your vantage point.
Correct. Yeah.
Yebo kunjalo uma ukuthi wayenokulimala ekuthole lapha ngemuva ekhanda lakho ukuthi mina esimeni sami engangisona naye ngimbona ngangengikwazi ukuba sesimeni sokwazi ukubona lo kulimala.
Please excuse me. In paragraph 8, you explain what would happen when a patient comes into the hospital. Sorry, it's actually paragraph 6. I apologize for that. You say that if it was a severe accident or an assault, the person would be taken straight to the emergency room for a doctor to see them immediately. And then you would get the details of the patient later. But from your vantage point, you did not see any serious injuries, and yet he was taken straight to the emergency room. Do you know why that was?
Yes, the reason is simple in that I recognize or identify that Chief Luthuli, he was unconscious, and I phoned the nurses. There was Sister Gumbi, Faith Zuneli, Hildam Luli, and Esther Ngema. Too many, all knew me well. And as I said, I was on the switchboard. I used to help them. They all used to come and tell me, help them, my phone calls. So when I told them it's Chief Luthuli, that's where the hospital senior management jumped. No, they had to. Yeah.
Okay, you can proceed.
They had to act immediately because this was Chief Luthuli, Nobel Peace Prize recipient.
Othi njengoba bechazileke la kwesinye isigaba ukuthi abantu ababethathwa bephuthunyiswa egumbini lezimo eziphuthumayo kwakuba abantu abalimele kakhulu abasesimene sibucayi ababevele bedluliswe ngale ukuthi bayise kwabanye amagumbi uthi njoba lo fakazi echaza ukuthi kwakungekho kulimala kakubonayo yini izathu esenza ukuthi ke kuphuthuke kangaka ukuthi cha ngokwesimo ke nami ke ngambona sana nokubona ukuthi hayibo inkosi lena umuntu ke umhlonishwa ke ngokuhlonishwa ke kwakhe lapha kumuntu woxolo nanokuthi njengoba ngase ngithintile ke la njengoba ngathinta ke abantu balapha esibhedlela ngaphakathi ngokwekhonda zabo nabanye oza kwabo nokuyilapho ke kwase gijinywa ke khona ke kuphuthunyiswa isimo sakhe ngoba sengishilo.
Yes, sir.
In fact, now that I recall, 1 or 2 of the nurses were crying and screaming when they saw it was Chief.
Ngiyakhumbula ke impela futhi ukuthi abanye babahlengaza babili noma oyedwa bathi mabebona ukuthi inkosi le kulesimo babekhala.
You yourself seem to be getting emotional. Are you okay? Do you want a sip of water, a break?
No, it's okay.
Are you sure? Okay.
I think it was organized.
So the first people,
Ms. Chone, you must give the witness some
Seems to, yes, to need
Some
maybe
rest.
Take a fight break. Seems to be no. I was just telling the judge your condition. You seems to be not okay.
Okay, no, I'm
It's
okay.
20 past 3. Ms. Ngobo, Mr. Ngobo, may I speak to Ms. Chene, please? It's already 20 past 3. I think you must give the witness a rest because I understand he's available
This old man.
tomorrow.
correct, my lady.
We can adjourn at this
can adjourn.
point in time.
Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Manju, we'll give you a break.
No, the court is talking
We'll postpone to
Yes.
tomorrow.
Just tell me what she's saying.
to you. No, the judge is saying that he's just going to give you the break, that you need to rest up
Okay.
until tomorrow.
All right.
Aye, okay.
But I'm okay to read. I'll manage.
The witness.
In any event, we normally
try not
adjourn.
to.
Sorry.
Mr. Manju, we normally adjourn at about 3:30.
Okay.
The court is
And I
telling
see that you are emotional. So
The-
we can give you a rest.
Normally we are adjourning at 3:30 each and every day. It's almost 3:30.
All right.
And also the court also noticed that you are so emotional now. So that's why the court decides to give you this break up until tomorrow. So you
I
can
must
have time to comfort
thank
yourself.
the honor,
Okay.
the honorable judge, members of the legal fraternity.
Okay.
They've been supportive
Okay.
and considerate.
Sorry.
It is trying.
Okay, let us adjourn for now. Give him some water if there is. Thank you. Court adjourns until tomorrow,
We'll see you
the
tomorrow.
30th of April, 2025.
This is yours.
No, it's yours.
Hayi ke all right ngokuzela kusasa. Ekuseni nje kusasa uvuka ngayo. Okay, geto.
Right.
Uphi ulokuza ngikho? Manje.
Okay, so I'm gonna test
Umbize
it.
khona
Send it on-
ezo
yeah,
test.
I can hear. Mazi makholo bongezo. So on your left, ne? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it good?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just send him straight. This one here, because it's manually done. So I didn't get paid. I'm
Yeah.
sending straight from there.
Oh.
So in terms of ends, I'm sending all the mics except that one
Yeah.
because then it is him.
Yeah. Umkhohliwe yazi.
Yo, I got into such trouble. Unozizwe.
Okay. Reader. Okay. This is what you do. Reduce. How is your master there? Is it on full?
No.
Okay, just check your phone.
Sister now.
I'm gonna call you. Are you up? Master or the actual channel? Master is halfway, and then the channel. Okay. Yeah, I think this is loud enough. Okay, and then send the judge's mic.
Anyone else? Next week we don't forget number 8.
Yeah. So tomorrow is what?
Are you sending the judge's mic? Okay, sharp.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Manje.
Please.
Khathelene. Oba. Oh, apparently by an interview lapha ngaphandle.
Okay.
I saw him being interviewed.
Yeah, interview.
Angazi ukuthi sekaqedile, but
By not us.
by Luthuli Museum.
Oh, okay, just hold on. Yeah, come.
1, 2,
We may need
3,
to post the judge.
4,
This one is good.
5.
Yeah, just post that.
6.
Yeah,
Is it fine? Can you hear me though?
I can, but just post it.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So, yeah.
Yeah, just check. Remember what we send him now. Yeah. Reduce, otherwise he's gonna hear everything. No. This one is his now. We'll cut this one off.
Busy, he's still being interviewed.
Yeah, whatever that you reduce. Okay. Which one is it? Sure.
Okay. You can leave your stuff here. Over some interview.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And then we will see.
No, I can hear you. Okay.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
At least now what you do, you bring the voices in.
Yeah.
In real time. Sharp.
Are you happy with this level? Sounds good. Yeah. But I want to reposition this mic also.
But don't put it that side because the judge is looking this way.
Yeah.
Sharp. Cool. Happy with this. You know, had I known I would have brought the earpiece.
It would have been easier, yeah.
I'll give him my earphone.
Can't give him earpods.
I can't. Let's see. Just waiting for him. So Babu will just ask him questions while he's sitting here.
Yeah.
And then
But some interview.
yes, for some reason.
Or maybe we can ask him to come with his own earphones. If he has.
But how are his hearing aids? Is it no?
Battery powered.
Ah, you see.
Yeah, it's better.
I think it's battery power.
Not unless
You
Yeah.
complained about the battery.
I heard it. I could pick it up earlier on.
Yeah.
I could hear it.
I don't want it. You know, we do manual stuff. This one you can go for all months. Right. You can come and stand here, Mapolo, or there, whichever.
Yeah, let me stand a bit further away so that.
Either way.
So,
because my-
so that.
Yeah. Okay. Reader, it's now prosecutor 3 and defense 1. Yeah, you can talk to him now.
Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. That is good.
Can you hear him clearly?
Yeah.
Talk to him.
Talk.
Oh, which. You are from Stenga, isn't it?
Yes, correct. What
Oh,
goes
oh,
up?
now he can hear me clearly.
Now you can come to this mic. So now he's going to come to this mic. But tomorrow it will be neater. Okay. Talk to him where advocate, what's the name again? Will be, yeah, Chwene will be stay. Yeah. So you just look at him as if you are asking. Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?